Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 19-part video series showing you how to create an R house. Let's get started. To start, let's open a new architecture template. So after that, first let's add in grid lines, which is under architecture, and then grid lines. You can also type in GR, and then let's add in R vertical. So first you go down, click down, and then go up. Make sure it's 90 degrees, and there we go. You can also click this after escaping, and then click copy or type in CO and click multiple. Grab it again, and then you can type in the numbers. So I'm just going to move it all the way to the right side. So I'm going to type in first 3000, 2690, and then 2990. Press escape and then escape again. Let's create a horizontal. So GR again. Go from right side to left side. Press escape and then escape again. Zoom in and let's click the grid bubble. Once we have this, you'll be able to change it to a letter, which is A. Just click on the space and then click this back and then type in CO. So that's copy. Multiply is already checked, and then select it again and pull it down like so. Make sure it's 90 degrees, which is right there. And then first is 4800. After 4800, we're going to click or type in 2080. And then after that, 4120. Press escape and then escape again. Let's select all of this grids and let's just move it. So you can actually just move it by dragging it like so. Usually I want it to be on the center of all these elevation points. So I want it to be centered like this. Press escape. If you click one of the grid lines, as you can see, there is a dashed line. And then it basically represents that once we move this, all of them will move as well. So that's a neat feature and it makes our life easy. Here as well, we're going to move it all the way like this. For this, we're just going to leave it like so because we're going to add dimensions. So we need some room. So let's click on all the grid lines first. And then after that, an overall grid. This one as well. And then an overall grid dimension. Press escape and then escape again to finish the command. So now you can stop the video and check out all the dimensions that I created here so that you guys can follow along. So now let's zoom out again, and let's create the levels or the elevations. So here, I'm gonna click on elevation south. As you can see, we have level 1, which is 0, and level 2, which is 4,000. We're going to click this one so that we could change the height. So I want my level 1 to level 2 as 3,000. So that's fine. What we can do now is it's still selected, or you can select it again, and you can type in CO and then grab it. As you can see, we're able to grab and create a level instantly. You can also type in 3000 again, so that from level 2 to level 3, it will be there. We're going to add in another level, which is level 4, and that one is just around 1000. We might even make it higher later, but for now, we have 4 levels, which is 3000, another 3000, and then 1000 from the bottom. As you can see here, we can select this again and stretch it out so that it's all visible. And let's leave all of this right here as well. So let's go back to level 1. And what we could do is we could create the exterior wall right now. So here, we're still under architecture. Click on the wall, and we're going to use a basic wall, 200 millimeters, or any wall right now. I know on newer Revit versions, um, those basic wall is not included anymore, or not generic. So what you can do is you can even select one of this exterior wall and just delete it. So we could use this as an example, or maybe this one. Let's create, edit, duplicate, and let's name this exterior wall number 1. Press OK, and then click edit. What we're gonna do here is we're just gonna click delete. So we're deleting everything except for the core boundary, the structure, and the core boundary. We could just change the thickness to 2 or 200 is good for the exterior. And for the material, let's use clad white. Press OK, and then OK. And then now we're ready to add the walls. I'm gonna click A1. But before that, actually, I'm gonna press escape. I forgot to put this one to level 2 because we're going to constrain it. So we're basically telling Revit that I want it from level 1, which is 0, up to level 2, which is 3000. Okay, so now I'm gonna click that all the way to A1, all the way to A3. Go down here and just put in 3300. So from A3, this is 3300, and then you want to go to number 4 grid. After that, I want you to type in 3000 from here, So we have 3000 right here. Go back to grid again. So the grid number 3. And then here we need to go down to T3. Here we're just going to type in 4390. Go up here at C grid. Go to C1 and then here close it and click on A1. Press escape and then escape again. So make sure that this is the shape of this. This is basically 3300. This is 3000. You go here again and you go up to D3. This is 4390. Go up and then go to C1 and then close. So once we finish the exterior, let's click it and then we're going to edit the type, duplicate, and let's start adding interior wall number 1. Edit type, and let's change this to something white again. Let's add in gypsum. And then for the thickness, I want it to be 150 only. Press escape, press OK, and then OK again. So now, here, I'm gonna zoom in on this, and I'm going to add in a wall, like so. And for this wall, as you notice, I'm not yet connecting this. It's because we need to align this face to this face. It's because the thickness of this is 200 and the thickness of this is 150. So they have a different thickness. So what I do is I type in AL, which is the align command under modify, in which this is the button. Click this one and then align it there. As you can see, it move a little. And then after that, press escape, click it back, and then you can just drag it from the node there. Press escape and then escape again. You can click this back because we added this already. You can type in CS. So that's a fast way of adding something that you already added. So as you can see, it's faster. I don't need to click back the wall again. Here, I'm just adding this wall. I'm going to click it back, and I want to make sure that this is 1600 from this wall. And then now we have this as 1400. So I'm happy with that. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to insert, load family, and here let's look for plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then here we're going to click on water closet and let's add in the toilet. Press open. And then once you do that, type in CM. And then as you can see, it's easier to add in all the stuff that you load. So any family that you load, it's easier to just type in CM so that it will load it onto your project. You can click on load again and let's look for sinks. So just go back, and then here we have sink. Let's add in a square vanity sink. Press open, and then here again you can type in CM. Here we're going to add the sink right about here. And then what we're gonna do is we can put it here actually. What we could do actually here is we could add in an annotate and then detailed line. Thin line will be good enough. And we're going to add in 2 lines like so. This will represent the top or the counter for this. Okay. And then we could add in the wall or the door right here later on. We might actually move this a little bit right here. And we might need to add in another line to have some room here. So here we could even use CS, create similar. Okay. Here we're gonna load in some specialty equipment. So go to insert, load family, go back to main menu, and then go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range, and then we have washer dryer. Press open and then type in CM. Let's add this right here and add another one to represent a washer, and the other one will be a dryer. What I did is I'm just gonna select one, edit type, uncheck this so that it doesn't show the label, as the label is um, overlapping to each other. So here we're gonna add in a sink as well, and we're going to add in a table. So let's just move it like that, and then let's add in the annotate later, the detail line. Also, I'm gonna change or gonna load in some doors. So go to residence, and we could choose one of the interior doors right here. I'm gonna choose this for panel wood. Press open, and then let's load in all of them by using shift. So hold on shift and click on the bottom. It will highlight everything, and then press OK, and then OK again. Here you cannot just type in CM because it has its own category. So now you need to click here or type in DR. We're going to add in maybe 600 by 2000 right here. And we might even make it 700 by 2000. Yeah, 700 will be good enough. Now that we add that, we can even type in CS so that it change orientation. This one, let's change the orientation right here. I might duplicate this, and you could just put in any name. And for the depth, I'm gonna change it. It's too big for the depth, so I'm just gonna put 350. So the reason that I duplicated so that I could just leave this one like so. Now we could just delete this line and then extend this all the way there. So we could put it right here, and we have a lot of space right here. So now we could add in a line here as well. So go to detail line, and let's just add a line right so. And here we could just move it somewhere right here so that we have space to fold our clothes here. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in our grid line levels, and we also added our walls, exterior and interior, and the powder room and the laundry room. Now we're going to continue working on this. And then, as you know, we added some levels. If we go to elevation south, we added some levels. We added 3 and 4. But as you can see, it's not showing here. For this to be shown, you will need to go to View, go to Plan Views, Floor Plan, and you will need to highlight both of this by holding on Shift and then clicking on Level 4. After that, press OK, and as you can see, it will appear right here, 3 and 4. Now let's go back to level 1, and let's add in more furniture. So go to Insert, Load Family, and go back to the main, and then look for Furniture. Here we have tables, so let's add in our dining table. I want our dining table to be a rectangle and a glass. So I'm going to load this M table dining. Press open, and then you can type in CM, spacebar to rotate. Press escape and then escape. Click this one, edit type, duplicate. You can choose whatever name you want, but I'm just going to leave it like that. And then for the depth or width, I'm going to change it. I want it to be 900. And then for the width, I want it to be 2500. So you can basically edit some of the families. And I'm going to put it right here. I want to add in some seats. So load. So actually, I made a mistake. No. We need to go back to insert and then load family. Let's look for seating, which is under furniture as well. Go to seating and let's add this one. After that, type in CM again and then spacebar to turn it around. I usually add on one side only because we could mirror this later on. There we have it. Select everything and move it up like so. And then you can now do mirror, which is under modify. So just select everything like so. And you can do mirror. And there you go. Press escape again. Click this and click mirror, draw axis, and we can mirror it like that. So that looks nice. So let's load more family. Now that we're in seating, let's load this. So chair Garbo, open, and then type in CM, and let's add this one right here. Let's add two of them, but as you can see, it's too big for this area. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit this type and then duplicate chair number 2, and I'm going to change the depth right here. I'm going to change this to around 650, and then the width is around 800. Press OK, and then as you can see, this will be very nice. It doesn't look huge anymore, which is perfect. And we could just select both of them by holding on control and selecting the second one, and we could just move this onto our space. Let's load the sofa, similar with this, which is M sofa Gerbo. Open, type in CM, spacebar, and we could just put it right here for now. Press escape, select it again, edit type. We're gonna duplicate this. Let's put sofa 2, and then now change the depth to 650, and then the width just the same. And as you can see, it looks perfect. Let's load in the table for this, or the coffee table. It's still under furniture, so you just need to go back once and then click on tables and then coffee table. Press open, type in CM, and then click to add. Press escape, select it again, and then let's check the sizes here. We could use this, but we need to rotate this 90 degrees, and then let's change the depth. So edit type, duplicate. So the name, it depends on you. And then for the width, let's change this to 700. And then for the length, let's change this to 1750. There we go. So let's load in the TV. So it will be under furniture as well. And then the flat screen. After that, type in CM and then spacebar to change orientation. Add it by clicking, and then change the size, which will be the biggest. We can even change the diagonal size of this, but I'm just going to leave it like that. So I'm going to add in a credenza table right here. So let's load in. It will be storage and then credenza. After that, type in CM and then change the orientation. For this one, we're going to change the depth. So I'm going to select it, edit, and then duplicate. And then here, we're going to change the depth. So I'm going to change this to probably 400. So that's good. We have room now here, and it doesn't interfere in any way right here. Okay, so everything is looking good. I'm just gonna move this one a little bit forward or on the left side. Okay, and then let's add in the stairs first. So go back to architecture, and then here click on stairs, and then let's go to base level 1, and then top level to be level 2. And then here the desired number of riser, let's change this to 16. Click apply, and then OK. And then now let's add in our stairs. I'm gonna add it right here first. So here, if you zoom in, you will see that they're telling you how many remaining you have. So here we have 8 riser created and 8 remaining. So here I'm just gonna click here, and then after that I'm gonna click on the other side. I want it to be a U shape. Press escape if it if the handle interferes with each other. So I'm just estimating it like that. So I'm just leaving it a bit of a room. After that, we still have one more. So there. So what I did is, let me see, number of riser, and then which is correct, create the run, 8, and then 8 again. So 16 in total. So it will look like this, and then it created the landing right here. And then what we could do is we could just move it later on to its place. So what you have to do is you just need to click finish. And then now it's easier to select everything and move it in place like so. There we go. So what I'm gonna do is go to insert, load family, and I just want to go to the main menu and add in some entourage, which is the car. I just want to assess the spacing that I created here. So type in CM, and as you can see, it looks perfect for the spacing. I'm just gonna leave it like that, and before we go to Twinmotion, I'm gonna delete that. Also, I'm gonna add in the door, the main or exterior door. So go back to main, and then go to doors, and then let's go to residential. So I'm gonna choose one of this. Let's do an exterior. I'm gonna do this instead, even though it's for interior. Let's select everything by holding on shift and selecting the last one to highlight everything and press OK. And then we need to go to architecture and then door, which is DR. And I'm just selecting something right here. And as you can see, it's too big. So let's see if we could change this. So I'm just gonna select. This is actually the smallest that they have. So we could edit this, duplicate, and I'm just gonna leave the name like that. And then for the width, I'm going to change this to 1400. And then let's move it. Let's change this to 1300 instead. There we go. So basically it's a 1300 by 2000 millimeters. So before we finish, let's add in the floor. So let's go back to architecture and then click on floor. Let's use this generic floor 400 millimeters. Edit type, duplicate. We need to change this to floor number 1. Press OK. And then here we could change the thickness to 200. And the material, let's change this to something stone. So let's go here and change it to stone. I'm gonna use field stone first, apply, OK, and then OK, and then OK again. I'm gonna use this on the surrounding. So I'm gonna choose pick line. I'm choosing the exterior part of the wall or the perimeter. I think that's good. We can click finish. And what we could do is we could check the 3D. So it will look like that. So far so good. Go back to level 1. And let's finish the video for now right here. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in furniture, and then also we added the main door, and then we added the floor and the stairs. Here we're going to continue working on this. So in this video, we're going to add in the kitchen. So what I usually do before I start creating a kitchen is I add a section. So here I'm going to click the section, and from below going above, I'm going to click that. And make sure that this is facing on this side. You can also flip it if you do the other way around. So it's very easy to flip. So with this view, you'll be able to drag this. So this is the view range that you can do. So here, I'm just going to leave it like that over this wall. And then what we could do is we could create the kitchen by using extrusion. It will be under architecture down here and model in place. This will be generic model. So generic model. And then let's create the base first with an extrusion. And we're basically setting it to the level 1, which is the work plane. I'm going to use rectangle, and I'm going to just click it like that. And with that, I could select this line, and from here, it will change it. So 650. We can maximize the space with this, or we could just leave it like that because there will be the fridge right here. Or let's leave a little bit more for pantry. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click finish, and here change the material. Let's change this to something wood. So let's use ash, apply, and then OK. And for the extrusion, we want it to be around 900. Let's not click finish yet because we could create another one. If we look at it at 3D, it's basically right there. Now, go back to level 1, click create, and another extrusion. Here, let's change the material to stone. So here, let's use this, apply, and then OK. And let's just copy this one because it's easy to extrude it from the 3D later on because we're going to create the cabinetry doors. So right now, let's use that. Here, we need to start it from 900 and then all the way to 925. So 25 millimeters is equal to around 1 inch. And then click apply and click finish. Once you do that, if you can see, we have it like that. Click finish again to finish everything off because we just need to create this one for now. So what I'm gonna do now is go to level 1 again and go to insert. Let's add in the fridge. So it's go to main menu. It's under specialty equipment again, domestic, and then mid-range. We have some fridge here. So I'm gonna use this, click open, and then CM to add. Let's add it here. Press escape, click it again, and here what we could do is click edit type so that we can uncheck the show label. Apply and then OK. And then we could just move it a little bit there. Some things that we could also add. We can add in so it's not here. It's actually on high end. We have some combos right here for the oven. So oven built-in double. So let's use this. Open and then CM, and we could add it right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this. So I'm just gonna put it here for now. So here I'm gonna move this right about here. The oven will be right here. Edit type again to uncheck to show label. I'm gonna move it same face of this so that we can create. You can use align so that we're sure that this is all aligned together. And then now we could just move this one like that. We're moving this so that we could create something right here, which is it's cased. So we can move it like that. And then we want to make sure that this is aligned. So let's align them all together like so. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to double click section. We are going to add in the case for this, and we're going to put this one a bit at the top. What we could do is we could align this on the top of this. So now let's add in another model in place extrusion. So this will be another generic model. And extrusion, we need to pick a plane. We're gonna choose this wall as our plane, and then we need to change the material. I'm gonna use something right here, and let's use plaster for now. Apply and then OK, and then let's add in the case. I'm gonna choose all the way at the top, and then on the bottom we can move this one a bit here, and then after that I'm gonna use another rectangle to do this, and then another rectangle again to create a hole here. We want to make sure that everything is covered. And then now we just need to clean up and delete some of this. So now type in SL, that is split element, and then TR, that is trim and extend. Do this, and then now once we click here, everything will be there. Don't finish yet because we need to double check how it looks first. Let's go to level 1 to see how it looks. So here we could just move this one a bit far like so. We're editing this because the start is just supposed to be at 0, and then we need to move it like that. I'm going to align it. Let's see if we can align it from this wall, or we need to estimate it. Here we need to move this one at the back here. Click finish now, and then just move this one by using your arrow key. Let's look at it at 3D, and it looks nice the way it looks. So these are the built-in. What we can also do is we can add in an L shape here. So that's something that we could do later on if we don't have enough space. But I'm just adding a sink here, and then we're also adding an island. So I think it's more than enough for the space. So that's something that we're gonna do later on. We could also add in the sink right now. so that we don't need to think about that later. So here, let's go back to level 1, and then let's go insert, load family, go back again to the main, and then go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then sink, and then we need some kitchen sink. Let's use this, and then CM to add, and rotate is spacebar. This one, we need to elevate it to 900, 925. It's not showing it because we need to put it 935. Let's see and double check through our section. It's actually too much height. We can pull it down from our arrow key or align it through here. There we go. So now it's perfect. We just need to create a void. So let's go back here. We need to create a void. So the reason that we created the base and the top at the same time, so that we just need to do this once. So edit. So we selected that, we edit that, and then now we're gonna create a void extrusion from that. So level 1, click here, and then we just need to create this extrusion right here. After that, we need to make this a 0, and then click finish, go to 3D, this one is showing now, and then cut geometry. Okay, and then click finish, and as you can see, it's being shown now. So that means we did it perfectly. So let's do the doors here. So what we could do is go to level 1, and then go here on our section, double click here, press escape, double click back here, and then we need to create the doors here. So what we can do is click model in place again, generic model, and now another extrusion. We're gonna pick a plane, which is, we could set it again, which is, you need to type click on tab so that it circulate, and then there we could select the face of this extrusion, and then click back the extrusion, change the material. We want it to be wood as well, or we could use the same wood as the case, so which is ash. So what we could do is we could just find ash, press OK, and then here we need our extrusion to be around 25 only. Click apply, and then what I usually do is I'll create this, and then after that, I'm gonna use my arrow key to just nudge it to give some space, and then nudge it the back here, and then nudge it at the top. What I forgot to do is another void for our kick plate. So that's why I'm gonna leave this room here. So I'll make it 100 for the kick plate. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do finish this and then create the kick plate for the case. It will be another void. So let's finish this first, and then let's finish the other one after. So rectangle. Most of the time I'll put it in the middle, and then the gap will be around 10 inch, 10 millimeter, sorry. And then undo that. I will usually select everything and then just eyeball it. Click on copy, and then I'm gonna copy this on this side. So we could use this 400, 400 here as well, and then just one in the middle here. Select the lights at the top, those small ones. And then here, I'm gonna nudge it a little bit at the top as well to give it some room. And then now, type in SL, that's split element. We need to split element all of this. After that, TR, trim and extend. So just be patient. And there we go. We finish everything, and then now we can click finish. Click finish again, and let's look at it at 3D. And then here we can extend this more like that. And then before we finish, I'm just gonna select this, edit type, and then let's add in or create the void extrusion. We need to set this. I'm gonna pick the plane, which is this one, and then click finish, or do this. Sorry, we need to pick the plane on the side. So click set again, pick a plane, and then let's use this wall right here. After that, click your rectangle, and it will be like that. Remember, we did a 100 here. Maybe 70 is good enough, and we could just pull this back something around 50. It's good. click finish, and then extend this all the way to the end, and then click cut geometry, and then it will be cut, and then click finish. And there we go. We have our kick plate there. So let's continue this on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we started creating the kitchen. And then now we're going to continue working on this. We need to go back to section. So you can also click on this section, and then you'll be able to see the section that we created earlier in the video. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click architecture again, model in place, and we're going to create the top cabinet. Click OK, and then now we're going to create an extrusion. We're going to set that extrusion, or we're going to pick the plane to this wall. After that, we'll be able to create our cabinetry. So as you can see, what I'm going to create here is the width is all the way to the wall, and then this casing for the fridge and the oven, and then we're gonna add something at the top as well. So here I have 800, so I'm setting it at 800, and then I'm just gonna measure this, and I think yes, the height is good enough. Or we could just move it down a little bit, like so. So I'm happy with this. Now, we just need to set our material. So the case is ash for the bottom or the base cabinetry. What I'm planning to do is to change this to a different wood. So I'm gonna use birch, or birch is already added. So I'm gonna use this instead, the glossy one. I want it to be extruded from the wall around 500 or 450. Apply, and then OK. And click finish, because we're gonna create the cabinet at a different one, at a different model in place. So I'm just gonna finish this and see it in 3D to visualize. It's looking good. So I'm gonna create the top portion. So I'm gonna go back to section, click on model in place, generic model, and then click on extrusion again, pick a plane, which is this wall, and then let's change the material. I'm gonna use the semi-gloss and use rectangle to cover this. I want it to be extruded more, so around six 650 or 600. So let's see that first. Click finish and then finish. Go back to 3D and it will look like that. We could add in potlight at the top. So that's good. And then I'll go back to section. Let's finish this off. So architecture, model in place, another generic model. This will be model number 6. It's an extrusion. We're gonna pick the plane and we're gonna pick this plane. We need to change this to a different. So let's change it to the glossy one. Same material as the case. After that, let's click on rectangle. I usually put in the rectangle first. And then after that, I will nudge it at the side. So click on the line and then use your arrow key to just press left and right. I'm also going to do the one at the top. So I'm just giving it space. And then after that, same idea what I did earlier or in another video, in an earlier video, is to do a rectangle. What I can do is I could align all of this with the other. So give me a second. I'm just gonna add it for now. It will give me an error, but that error doesn't, it's basically telling you that the small lines on the top will need to be removed. So there we could align that, and then we should create more so that we could just align it all the way. So copy, and then I'm just gonna add in multiple and then use my align, and then now let's use align AL to just align them all together. Okay, now we need to remove the small lines that we created from the rectangle, and then now SL, split element. Do it again below. And then now type in TR, trim and extend. Then once you're done, make sure your extrusion is around 25 only. Apply and then click OK and then finish. Let's look at it at 3D, and then it will look like that. It looks much better. And then let's not forget, we're gonna create an island. what I'm gonna do is I'm going to move it just like that to give us some room. And I'm just gonna extend it more so that when we create our sheets, it's already extended. So I'm just gonna extend it like that. And then here, we're gonna use model in place again, generic model. And then let's create an extrusion right here. This, we need to change the material first. The case, another wood. Let's use cherry or Douglas fir. Let's use this instead. Apply, OK. And then click on rectangle. And let's estimate this one. What we could do is we could use this. And then this is the one for the cooking area. So I'm going to press escape, click tab, and then we could move it like so. And then we're going to create an extension for this right here for the seating area. So it's a completely different design, but I want to create it like that. So I'm just using my arrow key so that I can estimate the distance, and then I'm checking it with my dimension. So that's about it. And then we could add in, so we have room here to enter. We have the cooking area. I'm gonna add a hood, and then we're going to extend something here for the seating. So we're gonna change the design, somewhat design. So here, go to modify again, and then we're gonna extrude this up to 900. So similar height with the sink here. Click finish, and then don't click finish again. We're gonna create the top. The top will be another extrusion, but we're gonna set the extrusion top to 900, and then this one will now be 925. So this one will be a stone. So let's go to stone. And let's use marble. Apply, OK, and then use rectangle to have the same one. So same layout. Click finish, and then finish again. Let's look at it 3D. And there you have it. And then we're going to extend something right here. We can actually create another one with a waterfall top. Waterfall top basically is having the same top on the side as well. So an extension. But we can do that later. But what I'm gonna do now is create the one here so that we could add in our seats. So now let's go back again to level 1. It will be another extrusion. So model in place, generic model, and then it will be another extrusion. It will be rectangle, and let's change the material first. It will be either stone or wood, so depending on what you want. I'm gonna choose stone, and then let's use this. And then it will be just a rectangle, and probably 2 seats is enough. I'm gonna select this. So basically what you do is you just hover with your arrow key or mouse and then tab in. So click on tab, it will select everything. Click it again, and then you can move it MV. So let's move it on the mid. What we could do is we could even move it here and then move it back so that we know that it's the midpoint. There we go. So now we have the midpoint of this and the recent thing that we created. So I'm happy with this, at least 2 seats. Let's extend it a little bit. Let's make it 1150. Click finish. But actually, let's change this to, I want it to be lower a little bit. So I want it to start at probably around 600. And this one will be around 800. So let's look at it. Apply, click finish. So it will look like that. I rather have a support. So what I can do is, instead of creating it here, I will create it in section. So the reason for this, I'm just gonna cancel it. So I'm canceling it. Now let's go to section. I think this is a better move that we could do. It will be another model in place, generic model. And then let's click on extrusion. We need to pick a plane. I'm gonna pick this plane, which is the island. And then now we still have marble. We need to change this to the other one that we canceled. So go to stone. We use rubble. So I don't know if it's right here. Click apply, okay. And then now we could just create it from here. So I could estimate the height, which is this one. Let's move it up a bit. And let's create some sort of design here. I'm going to create this. Delete this and then trim this. And then let's move this a little bit back. Press escape, move this a little bit back. We can extend this by selecting the lines and then extending it. It's like stretching. And then we may do a fillet arc. I think it will look nice. Just a little bit of an arc. There we go. And then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D. It's basically right there because we didn't set the extrusion part, but it's okay. We could just stretch it like this. I'm estimating it because I don't know so by look only. So now it looks nicer and it's a different design that we are accustomed to. Just click finish and then we could use the same chair. So we could go to level 1, CS, and spacebar. We can add in 2, like I said, and it looks nice now. What we could do is we could select this and move it a little bit at the top so that we have a better room here. Now, I like the spacing and everything. Something different. So let's load in. So let's go to insert, load family, and then let's go back to the main and go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then I believe we have it on mid-range. So the cooktop we need to add. Let's use the electric. So CM, and then we have the cooktop right here. Let's click it back, and then what we want to do is go to edit type and then uncheck the show label. Apply and then OK. And then let's load in the hood, which is under high end, and then the island hood. So let's load this one, press OK, CM, and let's add it right here. Click it here, same here, edit type, and then uncheck the show label. Let's click on the section, or let's just go here, double click, and then the hood is not appearing because of our view range, or it's not shown because let's figure this out. Let's look at it at 3D, and where is the hood? It's below here. So the elevation of this, put it in 900, and then from there let's go to section and we could just move it from here to the top. It looks too high, so I'm gonna put it down, and then I'm just gonna extend this hood right here, so the length of the neck or something. I'm just gonna move this one a little bit right here, and that looks nice. I just want to double check, so we have it exactly right here. So that's why we're gonna put it at 935, so that it's a little bit at the top. So there we have it. We finished the kitchen. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we finished making the kitchen. Now we're going to continue working on this video by starting with the second floor. So let's click on level 2, and then good thing that the underlay is still on. What you have to do is you need to go to your underlay. Base range should be level 1. So we need the layout of our level 1 so that we could create the second floor. So let's click architecture, or we could just click this one. So we could click the exterior wall of this. And then you can type in CS, that's create similar. And then after that, just recreate the layout of the exterior wall. So here I'm just recreating the exterior of level 1. With this, we need to extend. We're going to cover the garage. So with this, we will need to extend this one right about here. So the dimension should be around 600, 6,600. So we could change this to 6,600. So we're good with this. After that, same wall, we could just close it off like this. And then let's just do this one right here. And then finish to A1. So the only difference is that we extended this. So from here to here is 6,600 millimeters. And then after that, you just need to close it off like here, because we're going to use this as our bedroom or our master bedroom. After that, click on the interior wall on our underlay level 1. So this will be interior wall number 1, CS, so to create similar. Now, we're just going to add this first. Don't connect it yet. And then press escape. I know now this is very confusing. What we need to do is we need to go back to underlay and choose none. After that, press escape again. We need to align this. That's why I asked you not to connect it yet. So AL, align this to here. And then move it and connect. We will need to connect it all the way right here. So I'm connecting it right here. So everything is aligned all together. After that, we need to add this one, the same interior wall number 1, CS. And then we need to go to the number 2 grid line. And then let's close it off here. We should align this AL to this stairs. After that, same wall, click it and then type in CS. We're going to extend it all the way right here. So I'm going to give you the dimension later on. But for now, I'm just going to add walls and we could easily edit those. This one is give it around 1000. So from here to here should be 1000. Here it needs to be 950. So around 950 will be enough. And also we need to cover this. This is should be just open. So what we could do is we could just extend this a little bit. Or what we could do is instead on the grid line, we're going to move it so that we could just extend this. So this wall will cover this one here. Another alternative is we can add in a curtain wall or a railing. So actually that's a better or a good alternative because as you can see walls are very thick. So we could just use a railing instead. So we could do that later so that we can maximize the space here. Another alternative that we could do here is we could add in this space right here because there's going to be enough headroom anyway. So might as well extend this right here. We could SL here, so split. So we have enough room here for the door so that we can maximize the space. Here we don't need this that much. So we could just align it from here. And then we could just have this one just to enter. We could even move it a little bit so we have enough room. So I think that's perfect enough. We're gonna add the door here and also a door there. And we maximize the space here. We could extend this now so that this will represent our closet. Okay, and then here we're gonna create our closet as well by extending this. Around 800 is good enough. So we could change the temporary dimension here. And let's extend this 800 CS to close it off. So we have a closet here and we also have a closet here. Maybe it's a good idea to add in the door. So the same door that we added, so around 700 by 2000, and then flip it around. And then if it's hitting, we could just move it a little bit like that. This one, let's add in the door here as well, CS, and then flip it by pressing spacebar. And then here we need to create our entry. So let's add in a wall, and that wall needs to be around 1900. So we could just click it here, 1900. And then the same wall, interior wall, for our walk-in closet. We can move it like so. I'm moving it like this. And then we could add in the same door. So CS, And let's flip it like this for the door, and then here for the door for the ensuite. This is the walk-in closet. And then once we add our beds, you can see the layout. Here it will be, we're going to add in something here, which is, this will be open area. It will be overlooking the living room or living area. So we just need to add in a railing. So we could add a railing right now. And then we're going to extend this one right here. Click finish. And so now we have a railing here that's overlook the level 1. And then once we create our floor, we only adding it on this side, but not on this side. Okay, so now I'm going to add in another wall here. So this wall, we could extend this a bit, like so. This one is for the linen, so storage. And this one, we could extend this a bit. And then add in the same wall, like here. We can extend this a bit, right here. AL, and then connect. So we have enough space for storage here for this bedroom, and we also have storage for here. So we could add in a small door here. So CS, we're just gonna add the wall or the door right now, but we are going to add in a smaller one. So maybe a 300. That's too small. Maybe 500. This is only for linen. So yes, a 500 will be good. So we have enough room here for storage. And then here, we could add in a small sliding door, but you'll be able to access all of this. So we could even make it bigger, because the linen 500 is, yeah, it's more than enough. So I'm just maximizing the space here. So this will be around 977. Now this is around 640. We can increase this to 800, but I think 650 to 700 is good enough. So let's make it 700. And then this is good enough. And then we have enough room for our bed here and a study table. So let's add in the sliding door. For wood. So instead of here, we need to load it. So go back here, main menu, go for doors, and then residential, and then we need to add in sliding door. This will be good. Select everything, by holding on to shift button and selecting below. And then after that, we need to add in the sliding door. So I'm going to add this one for now. Press escape, and then I'm going to maximize the width, which is like that. Now I'm going to create one. So I need to create one here, edit type, duplicate. This will be my own. So I'm gonna make this one, I think I'm just gonna leave the name like this. But here I'm going to edit the width. So instead of 1700, I'm gonna make this very small because I'm gonna use it for the other. So maybe around 1000 or 800. So I'm gonna use 800 and then CS that. So create similar. So we could just slide it off. So now I'm gonna make it the 1700 earlier. Here I'm thinking maybe there's an alternative like a pocket door instead of the sliding door. Because I know we have a pocket door here, which is this one. Maybe this one is a much better alternative. So press yes. And then now, let's go back to architecture and then door. And let's see the look of the pocket door right here. This one is a double pocket door, 2-panel wood. Maybe there's a single one. So pocket. So we only have the 2-panel pocket door. Okay. So I'm just double checking everything. Even here, if we have a pocket door. And then let's go to commercial. So we don't have, so I'm just gonna leave it like this and then delete this. And then what I can do is let's add in the annotate detailed line. And what I usually add here is demolish line. I'm adding 2 lines. And then here another line. And then change it, press escape, change it to 10 lines. Because this is a walk-in. So I usually do this. Flip it a little bit because this is the way it needs to look. Okay. So that's good. And then here we're going to open this wall. Just an opening. And then let's add in the detail line. So I'm going to do thin line first. I'm going to do it like this. Here for the opening, I'm going to move it in the middle. I think it's better to move it in the middle. And then move it like so. And then after that, change it to demolish slide. Also undo that, press escape, detailed, And then I want to add a demolish slide at the back here. Okay, so now the walk-in closet here is good enough. It's either you change it to a door or an opening will be okay as well. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we started level 2. As you can see, we already have the interior exterior. We have railings here, and then we started with storages or the cabinets, the walk-in closet as well. So now we're going to continue working on this. Um, we're going to insert or load the beds. So let's go back to the main menu and look for the furniture and then beds, and then we could just choose the bed box. Press open and then type in CM. Here we're just using double. So in this way, the double is just good enough. So I'm just checking which is the best place for it to be added. Most of the time, this one is the best because we could add in a study table right here. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add the bed right here, and then this one is this way. We could add in a study table here, and then entertainment in front. So we could just move it like that. We can even change this one to, instead of double, to a twin. So it depends on you. And then click it again, CS, and let's add in the queen size bed right here. So we just need to change it to queen size. Press escape. We forgot to add the annotate here. So what we could do is we could just click on this demolish line CS as well, and then we could just add a line there. So that's good enough. And then this one, 10 lines, we could just add 10 lines right here. So that's good enough. So we added a bed. Now we're gonna add the side table. I remember we added already that one on level 1. So we could use underlay and change it to level 1. I know it will be so actually we have it. But what we could do is we could add in the toilet, because I remember we have the toilet or the powder room below. We could click that, CS, and let's add in right here. So I'm gonna add it right here, and then the sink. I'm going to add it here as well. So CS as well. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change it back. So go here, underlay to none to make it easier for us. What I forgot to add is another washroom here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this. So I'm just gonna delete this part for now, and I'm going to move this one right about here. This is something that I forgot to do. We're gonna leave it like that. And then we're gonna pull this. So delete this and pull this up like so. This is for the door here. So I'm just gonna move it up. So maybe I could align it here. AL. There we go. So we still have room here. So don't worry about that. What we need to worry about is the door here. We need to access that. So this is something that I forgot to do, but we could still. So let's delete this first. We could still fix this. We just need around 1300, which is just about enough. So I'm gonna close this off like that. So 1300 from here. And then we need to move this one all the way there. So let's unjoin that. We need to move this. This one, let's change this to twin. Let's put it right here. And let's move this one right here. The same one, CS here, is for the door. So we have the door now. As you can see, we still have enough room. And then here, let's add in another door, CS. This door is for the washroom. So we extended something here for the washroom. And then let's add in the sink here. Toilet here, CS. And then shower here. So we could add this one as a storage here. And then we could add this one as a closet. We could just trim this out. So trim this, and we could create a sliding door instead. So CS here. This is our closet here, and then CS here. Here we could add in the door, and we just make it smaller. Around 400 by 2000 is enough. We can add in the, so let's go to load family. We need to add the plumbing, architecture, and then the shower. So shower stand. So CM, let's load this. We can move this one back right here. And then the shower, we could edit type, duplicate. And then here we could change the depth to 800. And then here we could change this to 1300. Let's see. So we need to flip it, RO. So the shower is right here now, but we will need to make this shorter. So 1300 is supposed to be 1000 with the walls, or we could just measure this now. So from the inner wall to the inner wall, 1150. So let's change this to 1150. And then here we could just put this one as 750. Now we could just move this one like that. So we have our shower and another toilet right here. What we could do here now is we could make this as a space. So I'm gonna pull this back like so, and instead here we could have enough space. So I'm gonna pull this back. This one we could extend this and then move this one, delete this. We could share this storage. So I'm just deleting stuff like that now, and then CS this. We have a proper storage here and below here. Around 700, and then here as well, around 700 as well. Now the sliding door. So here, go to the sliding door, 2000. So 1200 by 2000. And then now we need to just add in the demolish line, two of them. Okay, that's perfect. And then we have enough room here. Even though we have only this one right here, we have enough room for this. Here, we're going to add in a tub. So insert load family. So instead of the shower, we're gonna add in a bathtub. So let's use this, open CS or CM, add it here, fixed it a little bit like that. We can maximize this space. We could add another one, CS. So double now. And then let's add in a line. So thin line, CS this. Add a line there to represent the top and here as well. Okay, that looks nice. Let's add in the side table. So insert load family. Go back to the main. It will be furniture, table, side table, or nightstand. Okay. And then CM. Add it here on the side. Let's add it on here on the side. And here at both sides. Let's fix this one. So that's good. And here it's good enough. And then let's add in some lighting fixtures. So go back to main, look for lighting, architecture, and then internal. We have a table lamp, standard, CM, and then change the elevation around 700. Add it there, here, and also here. Oops. So everything is looking good. Load in the table. So go back here, furniture, table, and then desk. Overwrite existing CM. So it's basically already loaded. So click here. We need to look for it. This one is the desk. I'm just gonna add one for now. And we're gonna edit the size. So here I'm gonna edit that. Edit type, duplicate, and then the depth should be around 400 only, or that's too small, around 500. So we have 500 right here. We can move it there, and then let's add in a chair as well. Here, let's create similar, and we should edit this width. So CS, or after we create that similar, let's duplicate it again because this has a different width. So this one will be around 1400, just enough for this space. So this one is good enough. And then now what we could do is we could load in the chair for this. Insert, load family, go back here, furniture, seating, and let's look for the chair. So chair executive, CM, and let's add this like that. So let's add it like that as well. So it's looking good. I'm happy on the way it looks. So what we could do is we could add in the floor. So go back to architecture, click on floor. This, let's edit this, duplicate. This will be floor number 2 now. And I want to add in wood at the top. So wood, let's use one of this. Apply, OK, and then OK. Now I'm gonna pick this line, so from the inside only. Here I'm gonna choose this, here, and then I'm gonna choose it here. Inside here, and then lastly over here. But now we need to trim this. I'm gonna trim here as well, and over here, trim this area. And then here, and then it looks good. We just need to click finish, and we have it. Let's look at it at 3D. So we have an opening there, and we already added the railing. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in more furniture. Now we're going to continue working on this. And also, what I noticed, I forgot to add a door here. So I'm going to add a door right here. You can also add the door here as well. So it depends on you. Maybe this one is a much suitable place to add. But I'm thinking that this one will be also good so that we could add in entertainment system here. So I'm just gonna add it here. So it's a good place so that we can maximize this space. We can also add the bed facing here. Once we do that, we'll be able to maximize the space right here as well. So we can even move this onto this spot, and then we could even add a bigger bed. So it depends on you. I could just delete this and then copy. So selecting all of this. So using control button and then copy. I'm going to copy it from here and then there. So now I maximize the space, and as you can see, we have enough room. So we could just move this one right there, and you have enough room to access your closet. And then we could add the entertainment right here. We can mount the TV here. So that's good enough. I'm happy on the way I added the space. And then here, there's more than room for the entertainment. Okay, I'm just double checking everything. So now what we can do is we can add in the windows. So let's go back to level 1. I'm going to add all of this as a window. So I'm going to go to the wall and then change this to curtain wall. Here I'm gonna add it from the inside, but I need to face it in inner wall. So as you can see, it's going to the outer wall, but I want it to go to the inner wall, like that. So don't worry about the sound. The sound is telling you that it's not yet visible because we haven't used cut geometry, which is under modify. You have to click cut. You need to choose the wall first and then the curtain wall. Here, wall and then curtain wall. And if we look at it at 3D, it will look like that. Now, we can maximize this space later on. I want this one to be different, so I want it to be extending all the way up. So now I'm gonna flip this now to go to the inner wall, or the outside wall, and this as well. The reason why I'm doing that so that I could delete all this wall up. So now everything is deleted. I can then now click on this and then move it at the end of the wall. So just about at the end. And then here as well, all the way at the end. I know they are overlapping. I'll make sure that they are not overlapping by doing that. And then here, I want to give this one some space from the wall. So I still want to give that wall there and a wall right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend this one all the way up. Same goes with that wall or that sound. It's just saying that it's not yet visible. But once we cut it again, wall and then curtain wall, it will delete that. As you can see, it's now visible there. There we go. We need to do an align so that everything aligns at the top. There we go. And then now it looks like this. It looks amazing because it's covering everything. I'm planning to give more space here so here I'm just gonna put it up a little bit around 650. And maybe we could add in a table there to represent that. But we can do that later on. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back here and then I'm gonna move this one a little bit there. I just want to give more room for a wall. Maybe here as well, but later on we're gonna figure out how we're going to give a case there because I'm planning to give um, a wall casing, all window casing. So that's something for later. I'm just maximizing the space right now. Okay, and then what we can do is we could change the faces of the wall. So we could change the materials. Then let's go to other places. Here we could add in a curtain wall right here. So I'm gonna add in a curtain wall. Similar to that, I'm planning to make it from the inner wall, but not too much. This is our room here. What I can do is, I know this is too big, but what I can do is, we could add in a storage for the garage or the carport. So we could move it. So I'm gonna add in an interior wall on the middle, and then here we could just move this one. So pick a new host, which will be right here. Now we just need to have an access right here as well to have in another storage. So I could use this CS, and we have a storage here as well. So let's add in an annotate detail line, then line like this, and then another detailed, but we could change this to demolish. So just a storage for here. Um, I changed my mind of adding a storage for the garage, but this one is good enough. At least it's inside the house. So we added this one. We're also gonna add it here. So go back to architecture, and then let's add in curtain wall. And then another curtain wall right here. Let's add one here as well. You can use your CS. And let's align this all together so that it's on the same line. This one, we could just move it right here. And then I think that's about here for the level 1. We could go modify and then cut geometry. And then here as well. So make sure you click on the wall first and then the curtain wall. Go to 3D to see it. I know it's too big, but we can delete this now. So we just added that for our spacing purposes. Here we could just move this somewhere down and then up. We don't need too much of sunlight for our outer room. We could maintain this height. So AL, I'm gonna maintain this height here. And then here, we just need to go and pull it up a little, like that. And then similar to that, we could change this to a corner. You can flip this, and then flip it again, and then maximize. And then you want to make sure that you want to push this all the way to the end, and here as well. Click it back, and let's look at it at 3D again, and it looks like that. You can delete this. Let's go now to level 2 and add in our window. So here, let's go and add in our curtain wall. We could use CS there, so create similar. Here we're going to add a curtain wall right here on our master's bedroom. We could add this one on the corner as well. So we might extend the wall. So here, let's add it here. Flip it from the inside, and what you can do is we could extend this similar here from our wall, but the way I see it is it's going to be showing our study table, and here we need to have a little bit of that wall, so I'm going to pull it up. For level 2, might as well just add a window similar to this here. I think that's good enough. I don't want it to be complicated. And then use your cut geometry. Make sure you click the wall first, then the curtain wall. And then let's add it here as well. CS. We could just add it right here at the top. And don't forget to cut geometry. This one's done already. Let's move this one a bit here so that there is some wall showing. So I think that's good. And then let's go to our 3D to fix the heights. So this is the one at the back. We could change the height of this one. So I'm just wondering how come it's too high. It created a height offset. I think that's because that we extended some, so that's why it created a top offset, but it shouldn't be. Now we could just pull this down and maintain that height all throughout. So maybe we could just copy the height of this so that everything is uniform. So I'm gonna click at that down here. So I'm just doing the height first. And then after that, I'm gonna do this. So I'm just gonna pull this up, something like that. And then now I'm gonna use align so that everything, so this one is the one for the washroom. So I'm just gonna pull it up all the way up there, not too much. And then here, let's copy this one, AL for here. Okay, so now what we could do on the next video is to add the grid lines. So the design of the grid lines for this. I was thinking to extend this more. So if you want to extend this, you just need to go here. So I'm just extending this more a bit. Okay, so let's continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the curtain wall or the window. Now we're going to continue working on this. First, let's add in the roof. So let's add the roof by going to level 2. And then from here, we're going to add architecture. And then let's add in roof. So click on roof, uncheck define slope. We're gonna use basic roof generic and then edit type, duplicate. Let's just maintain the 200. So this one, the name, you can just put whatever. Actually, for the name, let's rename this. This will be roof number 1. And then edit type, the thickness will be 200. And then let's add in just a different so let's use this gray mosaic, apply, OK, and then OK again. After that, change the base level to level 3, and then let's add it from the inside by using pick line. We could just edit this later on once we create everything. So this one will be from the inside. So on this way, we will need to add it more later on. So for now, let's go inside here just to be consistent on the rest. And then here, Let's just use this, and then let's close it off. Here we need to change it from here because we will need to probably extend these walls later on. So let's tr to here, delete this one. Sorry, undo that because we need to trim this. And then here we need to pick this line and then click. We need to base offset this to -200. Apply and then finish. You need to show it so that you will know where the location of the error is. Show. Let's delete this. Show again. This one is there. It's overlapping. Click finish again. And then let's look at it at 3D. It will look like that. Now we need to select all these walls. After that, attach and then click on the top or the roof. As you can see, it went down, and here it didn't go down because it just went down on this spot. On this area, we will need to go to level 3 and then go to underlay. So press escape first, underlay base to level 2. As you can see, we could add another wall or just simply just use exterior wall number 1 and then CS, and we need to go up to level 4. So we could use this rectangle and do this instead. Once we do, go to 3D, it will look like this. Now we're basically extending this. Go to level 3, let's add in the same roof. So go to roof again, roof number 1. Let's use the rectangle. It will be on the inner, and then we could just base offset to 200 and then look at it at 3D. We actually need to base level this to 4. So now it's good. As you can see, we have this look. We can also extend this to give it a nice look. What I'm gonna do here is something different. I'm probably gonna extend this or give this the same look. So I'm gonna show you what I'm planning to do later on. So this looks nice. We could actually extend this, or we could change the look later on. But either way, I'm planning to do a very nice design here. Next thing, I'm gonna go to level 2. I'm going to extend this actually. And by using CS, I'm going to add this as well. Now we could trim this. And then now we could trim this as well. We could pull this back. This one we could delete. And this one pull back. I want to see it in here. And the reason for this is I want to add in a nice extension here. So that's why. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna move this a little bit, or I'm just going to move this one, aligned it there. So, or just leave it here because I'll just add in a frame for the window here. So I'm gonna do that on section 1. No, sorry, south elevation instead. And here I'm just gonna pull this up like this. And then now model in place, generic model again. And it will be an extrusion. I'm going to pick this plane. So use your tab to select. And then here, I want it to be 0 and then probably 1000. Change this to a different material. So I'm just using something that I haven't used yet. So here I'm going to choose rectangle and create an extension here. I'm going to pull this one down so that it will have a balcony basically. I'll maintain the 200 on this side. Here I'm going to do the 200 as well. And then at the top, I'm going to do a 200 as well. So everything should be 200 only. And then after that, use your trim and extend to trim all of the corners. And then delete the excess. Click finish and then finish. Let's look at it at 3D. So in this way, it's just that this one is overlapping. What we could do is click on the walls and let's try and attach this, which is you cannot because this is an extrusion. I'm gonna attach it more right about here to remove that gap, and this gap we could just manage it later on. Now this one we could just pull this one down just a bit, and we just need to connect this one on this side. For this we need to edit profile, something like this, and we need to delete that and then trim and extend here and trim and extend here. Delete this line and then click finish. So it's too much, so we just need to extend this. Now we could just extend this now. There we go. We don't actually need to do that We could just extend it. I'm just going to extend this more. It's not something that you will be seeing a lot anyway, so we just need that. I'm gonna add an extrusion here for a design as well. Here at the level 4 or level 3, let's add in a curtain wall. So let's add a curtain wall right here. We can add it all around this. So now what we could do is go to modify, cut geometry, wall first and then curtain wall. Let's see it. And then let's pull this down. AL. Here we need to cut geometry here. There we go. And then let's maintain the level. There we go. So that looks nice, the way it looks. I think it's better if we have a thicker roof that is overlapping. So let me go to south and maybe we could pull this down. Okay, we could do that. So we could pull this down a little bit more. AL. So let's align it all throughout here. And the one at the base, let's pull this up a little bit as well. Oops. And I want to fix that first. So let's go to level 3. And then let's remove the roof. For the roof now, instead of this, I want to change this to a model in place. I think it's easier for me to design it from there. Extrusion, and then this one, let's add in an overhang. So I'm going to use a rectangle to do this. I'm going to align it here. This is around 515 overhang, and then let's do that 515 overhang. This one, let's do 200. Apply, and then change this to a different material. Click finish, and let's look at it at 3D. It needs to be at level 4, but we could just manually do it like this. Now I'm thinking I want to put an overhang on all of them. I think that's the best move. We could just edit the extrusion and go here, and we want to extend it a little bit. 515 here, and then 515 here as well. So just move it again. 515. Click finish. Look at it again. Click finish again. Now go to south, and it's actually above level 4. We could move this down. So basically this around 200, negative 200, offset negative 200 here. And then let's try and get all of them here by using tab, and then top offset negative 200. So it's faster. This one, we could just pull this one down and right here. Look at it at 3D, and it would look like that. Okay. We can make this higher now to maximize the design here. There we go. And then here, let's add in a decorative piece. So that is level 2 in this space. This is a model in place as well. Generic model. It will be an extrusion, and I will set it to level 2. That's fine. For the materials, I want it to be wood. I will use this, apply, OK, and let's use this here. Click finish, and let's look at it at 3D first, and then just extend this. There we go. Click finish again, and we could just align it from the face. There we go. So it looks nicer like this. This one we need to extend it down because we need to create a door here. We need to extend this one a bit here and a bit here as well. So AL, so that looks nice. We just need to extend this right here, edit. Now just trim it and trim this. Click finish, and let's look at it at 3D. We need a little bit more. We're going to use align to align it on the line here. Click finish, and then we're good. Now it's starting to look like a house now. We need to move this one a little bit here because I want to attach the railing here. So go to level 2, click here, click railing. I don't want the pipe, I want the rectangular. I'm going to add a line right here, and then here, and then going to here. Click finish, and let's look at it. Let's change this to a different one. Maybe the pipe is good enough. Or the rectangular is good enough. We could just use this. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create all of this. Now, we're going to continue working on this more. I'll be working at the back here because I want to create a casing here as well. I'm going to use model in place, generic model, and then we're gonna use a sweep to create here. So sweep, pick a path, and then we're gonna pick this line, which is the line for the window. And then we want to make sure that this is connected. And then here, after that, click Finish, Edit Profile, and we're going to add a rectangle. Here, it's going to be around, make it 50. And then for the height, make it 100. So it's easy to remember. Click Finish, and then Finish again, and then change the material to something different. So here, let's do something with a brick, but obviously you're not gonna put a brick here, brick as a material. This is just to change it. Click Finish, and at least it will look better. We're going to do that here as well. So let's do another model in place, generic model, and it will be another sweep. So here, sweep again, pick a path. So usually it's a 3D path. Same goes to the other side. So we're just extending this because this is consists of the second floor. And I just want to make sure that I covered everything. Trim here. After you're done, edit profile, and then rectangle. Same goes there, 100. And then here is 50. Click Finish, Finish again, and then the material, change it. Let's use a different material, or we could just use this. It will be the same look. Anyway, let's be consistent. So we have a casing there. I want to do a sweep as well for this. So you could do is edit. We could do an edit in place, and then now create and then sweep here. We just want to give some profile look on this. So pick path, pick the edges here, and then after you finish, you create the profile. I just want to add a casing here. It will be another rectangle, and I just want to give it a bit of an overhang. So let's make this as 210. So hopefully I put this 5 on each. And then I just want to create a small notch here. And let's pull this one down somewhere here. Delete that small one, SL, and then trim it. Let's change the material. This one, it's a different one, so let's change it to something metal. Let's use this cladding and then click finish and then finish again. Now there's a bit of an overhang and it will look amazing once we add materials. Let's do it here as well at the top to give it more character. What you can do is click here, edit in place, and then this will be another sweep. Pick path, pick the edges. Click finish, edit profile, create your profile. Maybe I would make this as consistent as well. So 200, and then click here. I want it to be 205, and then here I want it to be 210. So now it's 5 on each side, and then I'll create a small nudge like here and a small nudge as well here. So I'm going to mirror this. Let's mirror it right here. Delete the small ones first. SL, that's split element. And then now let's trim it. Click finish, and let's just leave it as the same materials as before. Now it looks nicer because of that simple thing that we did. Okay, now let's add in the curtain grid. I'm gonna add the curtain grid like this on this side. I want to basically divide them. So I'm gonna go to my south elevation. I want to do it properly with dividing them on the same one. And here you go. Usually Revit will give you that. And then you can keep on dividing. I think that's good. And on the other side, we just need to align them all together. So I'm gonna do it on my 3D view. So here you could just add it in between, and then let's align it afterwards so that it's not confusing, and it does you could just keep on aligning it afterwards. So similar to this, align it from here. So the source first before the one that you want to move. And then here you just need to delete this one. There you go. So we're just gonna add in the mullion on this side like that. But for here, let's add let's add this one. Let's divide this as 3. And then let's add in 500 at the top. So we could have a door like that later on. This one, let's leave it like that. This, let's divide this into 2 and then give 500 at the top. Even though it's 400, we could just align it later on like that. Here, we need to add in a door here. So we cannot create the same one that we did in the front. So this one, let's just do like that. And then now here, let's add the 500 first. Okay, so we have the 500. We could just align that, EL. And then now let's divide it. Maybe this one, we could divide it by 4. Let's see, 1260. So that will be, so let's divide it by 3. So 840 and then 840 like that. Here, let's see the division. So this one is 15, so we could do 800. So around 700, 770, and 770. So that's proper. And we could get one or two of them as a door. So now let's add in the mullion. So press escape, architecture, click on mullion, and let's use 50 by 65. All grid first. So let's add this one as all grid, and then this one as well. We could do this as well. Here we still need to add in a different look here. For this one, we need to by grid. So by grid line, we're just gonna add it like that. Okay, and then now let's go below, and then on the side here, and then here at the top. I think I need to flip this one like that to flip up the mullion on this side. So that looks nice. I like the look. And then now this one, let's just add the grid line first. So divide it properly. There we go. And just divide it like that. So once you're done, you just need to click on the mullion and then all grids. And there you have it. We have our mullions like that. We might flip it backwards because it's facing the other way if you notice the mullion. So now we just need to go back to level 3, or we could just go to our 3D. So here, let's go to our level 4. And what we could do is we could use our view range. So let's go and flip this. And below unlimited. And then here we could just change our graphics or transparency. There we go. There we go. This one there. Flip. Click that one. Oops. We already have it. This one. Flip. I always miss it. There we go. Click that one. That is. And then now if we see, it looks much better. So you just check your mullions if it's facing outside. So far so good. We have everything molded. Now we could just do is we can even add some windows here so that we have um, something here from the stairs. So let me do that. Level 2. And then let's add in curtain wall and just add a small one right here. And then cut geometry. Just pull that up a bit. AL. And then let's add in curtain grid. And then mullion all grid line. So let's add in the door for this. So you need to go to insert, load family, and then go back to the main, go to doors, and then you need to look for door, curtain, wall, single glass. Click open, and then here, what you need to do is select one panel by clicking tab multiple times until you can select one of this. So once you select this, you can change it with a different one. So it already changed. You're not seeing the handle because we need to go to find. So we're gonna flip that later on. We just need to add two more right here. So I'm planning to add in the doors right here. So here I'm gonna select, keep on pressing tab, and then change this to a door, and then click on that again, keep on tabbing, go to level 1 or level 2 first, flip this around, And then for level 1, you can flip this way. After that, what we could do is we could just double check. We could remove this mullion right here by clicking on tab. Once we delete that, at least it will look like that with the door. And then we could remove this as well. So a little bit of cleanup when you're doing a curtain wall door, similar to what we just did. Here as well, we just need to delete the one mullion at the bottom to clean it up. And then obviously that's the case of that and here. So we're good. So let's leave it here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we added more details and we added the mullions and the way the look of this window right here. And we're going to have a bigger front yard here so that we could showcase this area. What I'm planning to do is create the pool at the back here. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go to our south elevation and I'm going to create another floor or level. So what you could do is we could create a level using LL or go to architecture and click on this. We're gonna add it right here. So around 1000. And then we could type this one as pool. Then after that we have this, and around 1000 is good enough because we're just going to showcase this. And then go to your level 1 and then let's click on wall, and then let's go and use a generic model, a generic wall. Edit type, duplicate. This will be pole wall. Edit this. Let's make it as 100, and then change this to a tile. And let's use this one. Apply, OK, and then OK. Our base should be pull and up to top constraint to be level 1. Let's remove the top offset. We don't need that. And then now we could create our pull like so. I'm going to add our pull like this right here. I think that's big enough. And then here, what we could do is we could go to our 3D and double check everything, which is it didn't properly do, because you need to set it to pull and then here to level 1 only. So now it looks better. We just need to create a floor. So we need to go to our pool and then go insert or create floor, edit type, duplicate, pool floor. Let's edit this. And then I remember we created a tile. We used tile for the other one. And then it was tile stone. Stone. So let's use the same thing. Okay. And then just use rectangle for this one. Click finish. And then let's look at it at 3D. So that's perfect. Next thing is we're just going to use an extrusion so that we can manipulate the water. So here, model in place, generic model. Okay. And then it's just an extrusion. Click here. We need to type in water. Pull this up, apply, okay. And then just add an extrusion like so. Click finish and then finish again. And let's look at it at our 3D. And just click this one, pull this up. And it's easy for us to just navigate to what height we want. So something like that will be good enough. So that's our pool water. And then now we need to add in our floors. So that's like our grass area here, and then our walkway here. So we could choose architecture. Let's go back to level 1. Click on floor, and then edit type, duplicate. This will be our floor number 3 or number 4. So number 3, edit. This will be grass. Apply, OK, and then OK again. And then we need to, I'm going to use a rectangle first. So I'm going to move it all the way here. I'm going to give it some space because I would love to have a shot from here or a bigger space to have this. I'm going to make this grass as well. So the reason that I'm using rectangle, it's easier for me to just delete this and then use my trim command. So that's grass area now. We could delete this and TR, trim and extend. Let's give some room here so that we could add in some space, which we could just add like that, and then move this one on this side. Delete this, use trim. I don't want two lines, so we could just trim this all the way down like that. So we still have our grass area, or we could even extend it here actually. So we have a big front yard and backyard. Okay, so click finish. So that's done for this area. We can now do the half, and we're gonna do it as a floor again. Edit type, duplicate will be number 4. This will be concrete. Let's go to concrete. And let's use something here. And then here we could just use rectangle again. So for me it's really fast. I can even use a line and then rectangle again and worry about the trims later on. Let's have it here. I'm going to use a line. And then let's extend this one all the way here. And then I'll trim this. And then here we need an opening for the pool. There we go. And then here we could just trim this, delete this, delete this, and then trim. Now click finish, and let's look at it at 3D. That looks perfect. Okay, now let's create our boundary walls. So click on wall, edit type. Let's choose a different one. Let's use interior wall, edit type. Let's duplicate this. This will be boundary wall. Edit. Let's use 150 is good enough. And then here, let's use stone. Let's use this. And let's use rectangle first. But here, I want it to be finish faced, so that it covers it from below as well. This one, I don't want it to be up to level 2, or it could go to level 2, but with a top offset of negative 150, 1500, 1500. So let's look at it at 3D. It will look like that. We need to open this up for a gate, and as well here. Let's go to our south elevation and then click on this and edit profile. Actually, we need to divide them first. So what we could do is SL. So we're going to slice it from here and then here and then as well here for the gate. and here. After that, once we slice it, we can take it off. Check it in your 3D. That will look like that. Now we could go to our south elevation and click here, edit profile, use a rectangle to create this, some opening, and then do it once again, copy, so that's opening, and we could just add in some bars there. So some design that we could do, and then click finish. And then escape. It will look like that. And then another thing we could do is the surrounding, another floor. Or remember we did floor number 3 for the grass. We need that again so that we could create the grass on the sides. So I'm just gonna do this. And then on the other side as well. And then delete this and delete this. And then trim this out. Trim it out. Extend this a little bit, like so. Click finish, and that's our grass. And then here as well, we will need to create. We need another floor. So click floor, edit type. We need to duplicate this, floor number 5 now. Edit, and then this will be another concrete. Concrete precast. Apply, and then OK. And then OK again. And then this is just for the street. Click finish. So at least we have a bigger room so that for our view. Okay, so that looks good. Okay. One thing I'm also going to change is this. Because instead of that, I'm going to click on the stairs again, edit type, and I want my stringers, so the right and the left. So this one, we can change the height here. to 650, and then the material to be glass. So we could change this to glass. Let's use something different. Again, let's just use this. Apply, OK. 950 actually. The width is 25. There we go. At least it was changed. Now this is all glass. And then click on the stairs again. Edit type. You could change the materials here, but for now, that's the only thing that is visible that I don't want to be seen like that. So here we could change this to glass panel. Just to change that. So at least this one was changed. Edit the stairs. Some of this we could just remove. The one right here would be okay here, but at the back we don't need that. So I'm gonna use my graphic display transparency to be changed so that we could delete stuff that we don't need. This one we don't need. Only this one. We could delete that. This one as well. So we could choose what we could delete. This one we still need because after going up, and that looks nice, we could do that. Then let's click finish and then put this back to 0 transparency. Apply, OK. And that's good enough. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start our site. We added the border wall and then all the streets. Now we're gonna continue working on this. And what I want to do is go to our south elevation because I want to add in a ground and then a side ground as well. So the street ground. I want this house to be above ground, so I want to showcase that. So we have the pool level here. If you go to architecture and go to level, we're going to add the first one right here from the ground to be around 300, and then let's go over this one so that we can see it properly. We could put above ground. Okay, you can always, we could clean this up once we finish adding everything. And then below ground, or this one, this will be the ground. So let's add in another one. We have the pool, and then we have the ground right here. I'm gonna change the name to ground. And this is where we're gonna put in all the street. So if we go here, this one should be above ground. So we're gonna put the level to above ground right here. And then we're going to add in, actually we're going to add in some stairs here. So here to our floor, we could edit that, go to level 1, and we need to put it inside of the wall right here. So we're just moving this one to the inside of the wall. Then once we finished here, click finish there, and then we're going to highlight one of the walls right here and click on tab. It will highlight all the exterior wall, and then we're going to change the base constraint to ground. So it went down like that. This is above ground, and then this will be ground. So level to be ground. And then here we're going to put this one to ground as well. And then I'm going to remove the border. So now we have something that looks like this. This will be above ground. So we have this one right here with this. We're going to create a slope here later on once we finish everything. And then this one, the pool base constraint to be ground. We could manually, so that will be negative 300 top constraint. There you go. And then this will be the water. We're just gonna pull it down. So once you have that, I'm going to go to level 1. We could edit this. I want this one to be a corner house. So I'm gonna edit the boundary. I'm gonna put this one like that. We're gonna put a curve on this street. So I'm gonna edit this, and we could add in another street here with the same distance, so around 8,000. We can increase this SL and then TR. Trim and extend here, and and then delete this. And then here, if we go up here, of course, this one is grass. So we're going to add grass here as well, because in my view, I'm gonna make this one corner later on. There will be grass here, grass on this side, and then I'm gonna put in a house, a background house here, and a background house here, and then it will look like a nice street. And then I'm gonna incline this. I'm gonna put in a steps here, and then over here as well. And then this will look neat. So let's do that now. First, I'm gonna edit this boundary again. Go to level 1. I want to make sure that this one we can see everything. So close that first, uncrop this area, and then we can select this now. This will be grass as well. I'm just gonna connect them all together like that, and then grass as well here. We could increase it a bit since we're gonna add in another house there, and then increase this. And then we're gonna go back and forth here because we're going to put in a curve here. So I'm gonna set in 5,000 and then 5,000 here as well, so that to be consistent. Click finish, and then here we're going to do the same. For here, what we can do is we could click that one so that we can manipulate this one instead, and then trim and extend here, and then click finish. So now it's looking like this. We just need to incline this a bit since that we have grass here. And then here I want, it's because we're going to put some sidewalk here anyway, so I want to make this thickness, actually not the thickness, the height. So here, base offset -100, and then we're going to add in the sidewalk as 100 for the thickness as well. So it will look nice here. It will look flush with the grass, and then a grass, and then another grass that is inclined. So to do that, let's go to level 1, and then here we're gonna modify this element right here, add points, add split line actually, and then we could grab here, and then if we go here, we'll be able to select those, and then this one is negative. So we need to lower this to the correct area there. So I think we could just add in negative 500, and then it will look like that. And then here as well. And then here. As you can see, it will look like that. And then once we fill this one with grass, you won't be able to notice that one. Okay, and then because we're going to have sidewalk here, this will look nicer as well. And then here we could cut from here. I don't want too much from here as well on this side, like a big slope right here, and then we're just going to maintain this height right here. So what we could do is we could just go back to level 1 and then select that, modify, add split, and then we're going to do it on this side. And then we could just make it this one easy. There you go. Let's go to 3D first and see. Negative 500. I think I put another one there, but that's fine. That's easily can be changed. Just click on tab in case you're not able to select the nodes, and then just keep on changing the structure. I want to get this corner right here instead of that one. And then little by little, you'll be able, you can even keep on adding cuts right there. And then here, as you can see, I can even manually change this. And then from here, I could shape this now to be an inclined by putting in -500. -500 here. And then here I could manually add in and fix that slope a bit so that at least it's good enough. So if we check the consistency, even in realistic, as you can see, once you have grass, you won't notice the difference. So you have grass here, and then you have concrete here, and then we could see where the concrete cuts are, and then we could manually change the look of that. You can keep on adding more of this nodes in order for you to shape it, but it's up to you really. And the more nodes you do, the more it will look nicer, and it won't be like this one that is sharp. But for now, I showed you how to create this manual curvatures in your designs. And then actually for here, it shouldn't be just -500. It should be more, -600. Why? Because we need to have it flush from the inside. So I just noticed that. So good thing we're able to see it from the 3D view. So it needs to be -600. -600, and then here as well, and then here. Of course, we're just going to put this -600 in front of here, and then this will be filled with grass and then sidewalk. So nothing to worry about here. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create this. I showed you how to cut them and add nodes, and then also we edited the road. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to add in a sidewalk. So let's go on to ground, and then here we're going to add in our sidewalk. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna use floor and then edit, duplicate, floor number 6 now, and then the thickness should be 100 only, and then we're going to set the material. I'm gonna choose a random concrete material, apply, OK, and then OK. And then now we just need to add concrete into this area. I'm going to increase the size of the road later on, but for now I'm going to put this one as 2000 for the thickness, and then here we're going to trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here, and then trim and extend here, and then we could just fillet arc here. This is 5,000, and then we're gonna do 5,000 as well, or actually 6,000 is good. It looks more natural in terms of the curvature. So we're going to click finish on that, and then here we're gonna offset this one. So let's go to 3D first and see what we did, and then let's see. So it looks like it's good, and then we're gonna break this one later on, similar to what we did here. We're gonna lower it so that it's going to be a little bit flush from the top. But now what I want to do, because we're going to add another sidewalk right here, and then here we need to extend this one a bit. Let's go to ground, and then we could increase this. So here, let's make this one 14,000, and then we're going to make this one consistent with the other side. There we go, and then we just need to edit this part right here. I'm gonna increase this a bit. We might just add grass, or sorry, trees on this side so that it will reflect the windows right here. And then from here we might increase this a bit for background purpose. I'm just gonna use align AL. And then here I'm gonna edit this now again, increase this, and then we could add 2,000 here, and then the same one as we have on the other side. And then trim and extend, and then trim and extend here. Delete these lines, pick here, TR, trim and extend, and then fillet arc here, seam radius 6,000, and then click finish. And then we need to select here, go to ground, and then we need to add split. So we're going to add a split here where this one connects, and then another split here. So this is just an estimation, so I want this to lower around here. And then obviously we're gonna do it on the other side, split here where you want it to be lowered, and then right here as well. Go to 3D, and then now we could grab this, and then we need to select only here. I know this is 100, but we could do is negative 90. Click on tab in order for you to select this, negative 90. Negative, let's see, 95. It's almost the same as negative 90, so I'm just gonna do negative 95 as well. Negative 95. So at least that's done right there. I just want this one to lower a bit. I'm gonna do it manually. So it's like that. And then lower this. Negative 460. I think that's good enough. I want to add a split here. I added a split here so that it doesn't like curve too much on this part right here. So if you think about it, there's still and then I want to add just a border wall right here to make it look nicer. So boundary wall that we created earlier video, and then I just wanted to have a privacy here, but it's all open. So I'm gonna align it to the layout here and then right here. I want it top offset around, I think this is good enough. 300 is good enough. There we go. It's still open, and then I still like the view. And then this is a good chance for us to just add in the other house that we're gonna add here on this side, and then we have this one right here as well. So once we create the view, it will be right here showing the house. We have another house on this side, and then another house here, and then another house here. So it will look populated once we set up the drawing. And then here, this is not yet done because we're going to add in the detail. So I'm gonna use model in place, go to architecture, and then choose generic model, press OK, and then we're gonna use sweep, big path. I'm gonna select this one right here, and then all around here. Okay, and then we're gonna do that on other sides as well. And then click on finish, edit, and then here let's change the material to a random concrete material that we're gonna set in Twinmotion. And then here we're gonna make this one nice. So the thickness I know is, let's put this one as 30. Here I always like this one right here to have, this is, let's make this one 80. Okay, sorry, 80, not 90. And then the thickness, let's make it 5. And then we could just do this right here. Another, let's say 100 from the end there. And then we could just curve this one. So we could do trim and extend, trim and extend here, trim and extend also on this side. Delete this, and then we could arc this part right here to make it look nice, and then here as well. Those simple arcs. So for this one, 15 for the radius, and then this one is 25 for the radius. It will really help us with realism. And then here, what you can do is Control C, or you can copy to clipboard. And this will help us do it on the others without us doing this again. So click on finish. Here we just need to see we have a problem. Probably there is an extra. There we go. Hopefully we can see where the extras are, extra lines. So usually I'm gonna do this instead to see which one is overlapping. There we go. So there is a line here that is overlapping, and there you go. We're able to make this one nice, and then the way this one will see here is it's going to be lowered there, so it looks nice there. And then why not, let's go finish here, and then I want to lower this one. There we go. So that's -600 there, so that at least it's flush right here. We have that one there, and then it's flush. And then we need to do it on the other side, so we could do this again. We could select this, edit in place, and then we could create the same sweep, pick path, choose the same path, but mirrored it on the other side. And then click finish, edit profile, and then here you could do is we could control V, because we copy that. We could mirror it here, and then grab this one, grab everything, and then put it into the same insertion point, which is right there. Click finish, double check again. I think there's lines right here that we already copied, that's why it's still there, but I did it again, and there you go. It's a lot faster now. And then let's do it on the other side as well. Edit in place. This one is going to be faster because it's just straight. Edit profile. Look where this one is. Control V. And then here we need to rotate it. So I'm gonna rotate this one 90 degrees. Copy everything. MV to move it onto the insertion, and then click finish, and then finish and finish. Make sure to save constantly, so that to save all your progress and for you not to lose anything. And then what I want to just check is this part right here. I want to create a split on some of this part. So go to ground, select that, add split, so I just put it randomly, and then here what I can do is just select that part and drop it there. So now at least there's a smooth change in height. Make this one a little bit higher, and then right there. So now at least it doesn't feel like this one is not flush or it's above it. Even for this one, I can see that we could definitely make this one nicer. We can add split here and then here. I think that's good enough. That looks perfectly fine for me, and I'm happy with this. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish up the sidewalk, and as you can see, this one looks good. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna extend this wall right here, and then so that we could see all of this a lot better. So we're gonna edit this this model right here. So what we're gonna do is we need to delete this wall right here, and then delete this wall, and then we go to first floor or level 1, and then we're just going to grab this and then move this one right there. Delete element for now, and as you can see, it looks like that. Delete this one because we're going to extend this curtain wall all the way there. So now we need to go to level 2 and then put this one all the way at the end. So when we see this, it will look like this. We need to go to west elevation, and then we will be able to extend this up to almost the B grid line. Okay, so once you have that there, you click modify, cut geometry, select the wall first and then the curtain wall, select the wall and then curtain wall, and as you can see, everything is good now. Okay, so now this one looks much better, as you can see, and then we could just edit this part right here. Edit, and then I want my landing, so we could select that landing to have a different thickness. Let's see how this one is. I think we could do 1000, or I'm sure it's not, but we can make this one all the way to the bottom for support. So we need probably a little bit more. I'm gonna change this to 1500 and see how it looks. So now at least this one looks much better, but for some reason some of the landings there disappeared. So I'm just gonna do that, and then I'm just going to create a model here that will support this one. So it's actually quite irritating sometimes. It hits this one, or it deletes this railings right there. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to go to south elevation, and then here we'll be able to extend this one all the way to the end. And then as you can see, that one got fixed. And then here we just need to go to level 3. We need to select that. I just want to select this one right here, and then we need to move this one here. For some reason it's so hard to see it. Let's go to level 4, and then here we just need to add it to the end. So now we just need to push this one out and then out a bit. So now this one looks like the other side as well. And I'm just gonna wing it for now in terms of the overhang of this. But as you can see, this one looks similar to what we have before. And then we could just add in a grid line there, or a curtain grid, and then add in the mullion. To have that consistency of spacing. And then here we just need to edit in place. Delete sweep. Let's cancel that and then edit in place again, because we need to fix this part right here. Can create. For some reason it's giving me an error. I'm just gonna save it for now and try it again. I'm just gonna delete that and click finish. And then edit in place right here. Create sweep, pick path, and then do it again. And then here we just need to pull it all the way down, trim and extend into this, all the way down, pick the edges right here, and then also here, and then trim and extend. That means we need to pick it here. So that's why it's not intersecting. Trim and extend. And then finish, edit profile, and we're just going to add this profile right here. (20 by 50). Click finish and then finish. I'm going to set the same one as we have here, brick engineering. I'm gonna edit the sweep, select profile, edit profile. 100 by 50. So I'm gonna do that as well. okay, and then make sure to apply the same material and then click finish, and that looks the same as what we have here, and then it's all around. And then before we forget, we could set this one or add the landing structure. I'm just gonna make this one simple. Model in place, generic model, edit extrusion, something like that. I'm gonna set a material. I'm gonna choose a concrete material, a random one. Apply OK, and then click finish. Go to 3D, and then just set it to the floor and above here. So I'm gonna align this AL. There we go, and then here. There we go. I'm just gonna align this one as well. There we go. So everything is properly done. What I want to do is just add in the glass here, but you could just do that later on. Click finish. Here I'm going to edit. Stringer, and then we could just put in a glass. Not this one. I want to edit the stringer. I'm gonna copy this one if it's possible. Doesn't feel like it's possible though. So you could just add in a glass that is similar to this and just attach it here so that everything looks nice. So similar to this. Curtain wall, just add it here. And now the only thing you need to do is lower it. And then go to there we go. So now it looks almost the same, and you have that separation there. You can do that, or actually undo that, so at least we have that one and it's all clean. This one, this floor, I'm gonna set this one to gypsum, but a duplicate of that. And then you can always assign a material on here. And then I want to extend, actually it's a lot easier to extend it up to here. There we go. And then we just need to align this one, AL. There we go. And then pull this one a bit. And then you just need to add in again, curtain grid on both sides. So that's looking good. And actually, one thing I want to do is to change this to something slanted. You won't be able to do it in a model in place. So what you have to do, so I'm just gonna get the materials, rubble. So here I'm gonna delete this and then go to south elevation, and then here you go to roof, and then you go roof by extrusion. Pick a plane and then select this wall right here. Okay, and then now what I want is it's either slanted from here or slanted from here. We could do it slanted here, or we could do something like this to make it interesting. We could make this one more dominant than this part right here. Trim and extend, and then click finish. Look at it at 3D. You want a little bit of that overhang. And then here is the part that you need to attach it from the top. And then let's select this, attach it there. Select this and attach it there. And select the roof. And then now it's on your control to align it and change the height for those windows right there. And then on this side you can even increase the height. There you go. And actually that's looking good right there. You can get more light, natural sunlight from either end. And then here we just need to select this one, cladding rivet, And then we need to create a sweep, pick path, select all the sides, click finish, edit profile, and we could create our model. And then here I'm just going to do this, and then SL, or delete those ones first, and then SL, and then trim and extend. And then click finish, finish, and then finish. And then don't forget the material. To make it all consistent, and it looks good now. And then let's not forget to add the stairs on each side here. We're probably gonna do it on the next video. And then we could actually add the pull ladder here. If you go to the description, the second link, there will be a link for all extra families. What you need to do is select that link and then download pull ladder. So download that, and then you can download Potlight face based. You can download both of them, and then once you download, the only thing that you need to do is drag and drop. We're gonna use this one for our lights, but we could drag and drop this one. So drag and drop, it's in the system, and then here CM, we have the light here, and also we have pull ladder, and then here we just need to attach it. So I'm gonna put it somewhere on this side right here, and obviously we need to put it in the ground, not ground there, above ground. There we go. And then here you need to select this base constraint, pull, so everything is connected properly. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to edit this part right here, and then we changed the look of the roof. Now we're going to continue working on this, and then what I noticed is that we need to move this one all the way right here. That's why it's not showing for the mullion, because it's inside of this wall right here. So we need to do that. We need to double check this part right here. think that's good now. And then here under south elevation, there's one that is not showing up. So we just need to move that and then go to north as well. This one is not showing. There we go. So it looks like everything is good. All the mullions are showing. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna concentrate on creating this this landing here, or basically our steps. I want the steps to be until here and then going down a bit. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create something here. So what I want to do is to go to our east elevation, actually let's check the west elevation, maybe that it has a better look, which it is. And then I notice right here that we need to select all our boundary and then put it in a base offset of, let's put it at negative 800 so that it's all the way down. We can pull it up a bit. I want at least 600, so twice the height here. There we go. Looks much better now. And then let's do our stairs now. So let's go to west elevation. I'm gonna select this wall as my guide. So here, component model in place, generic model, press OK, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall, and then we're going to create this wall right here. I'm just gonna press OK for now because I want to see it in our model, and then I want to check how it looks, and then we edit from there. So it's easier to do that. So we could basically go up to there and then all the way down. And then we could pull it up a bit until here. And then now we can edit again. The extrusion, go back to west elevation. Now, so the height and the width is good. Now we could just create, so 100. So we're gonna trim and extend TR and then TR here. So it's easier for us to edit the heights later on. So here, oops, I feel like this one is too much. I'm gonna edit, and then I'm gonna create another 100, and then trim and extend here. Of course, stairs design is under building codes, so it's actually need to be designed properly and under code. So sometimes it's more critical than the design. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit extrusion again. I feel like I just want, I'm not gonna extend this part right here, because the more we extend, the bigger it gets, and then the higher it gets. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to do like that. I think that's good enough. Simple. And then we could obviously copy that to the other side. Rotate this 180 and then put this one right here. We can extend this and then extend this one right here. And then we need to set a concrete material. So I'm gonna use another one. Copy this and then make sure this one is changed as well. So now it's looking like this. And then we have this one as well. We can add a little bit on this side as well, so that it doesn't flicker too much, because when two materials are overlapping, it will flicker into Twinmotion, and it's not nice to see. Something like that. We could lower this one a bit. No, I'm just gonna leave it like that. I think that's good enough. Click finish. Okay, so everything is good. We have this one added. So next thing we're gonna do is to add a balcony on this side. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 2. I want to move this bed into this spot right here, and then this one as well, move it on this part. You can use align tool and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flip this one. I'm going to move this onto this side. I'm gonna remove this one so that we have enough space. And then move this wall right here. gonna pick another hose, and then it will flip here, and then space bar onto this one, and then now this will be closet. I'm gonna delete this and then CS, put it on this side. So now this will be its closet, and then we still have this part right here. CS on this, and then we're just going to add in lines right here, and then it's up to you if you're gonna put lines here. We're just gonna put some lines. And then trim and extend. What I'm gonna do as well is I want to make this one bigger. So I'm just gonna delete that and then give some space here. And then this wall, we can just leave it here and then add a door again. So by doing that, we just need to measure this one right here, 1420. I'm gonna edit this one, 1420, and then now that one fix, and then this one as well, 1725. Duplicate this, 1725 here, and then we just need to put it in the corner so that everything is good. And then let's flip it, so space bar on that, or the flip icon. Do some save here. And then what we can do next is to create a curtain wall right here, similar to what we have here on this part. Okay, I have it here, flip it on the other side, and then I want this balcony to be around here so that we have some views here. So I'm gonna delete this for now, and I'm going to select this part. There we go. Okay, and then cut geometry, select the wall, and then here select the wall and then the curtain wall. Go to 3D and see how it looks. Let's see on level 2 again. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flip this and then move it to the corner so that it's looking like this. And then we're going to add this part right here. edit in place, and I'm gonna put it on both sides. So I'm gonna put it on west side, create, this will be rubble. I'm gonna do an extrusion, pick a plane, select this one, $200 on both ends for the thickness, and then here as well. $200, just move this one, and then trim and extend on those, and then delete those small lines that we don't need. Click finish, change this one right here, make it 0, 150. Of course, it's not just 150. And then why not do the same thing on this side as well? So we have rubble there, and then we're gonna do the other side. Let's just click finish, go to level 2, and then delete this, and then let's add curtain wall, and then cut geometry, okay. This one will be the corner, so we need to go to north elevation, select this one, edit in place, same thing, bubble. I'm going to copy that, and then create an extrusion, pick a plane. I'm going to select this wall right here, and then 200, this one 200, I'm gonna leave some space here. Trim and extend, and then trim and extend here. $200, and then here 200 as well. I'm just trimming this, removing the excess lines that we don't need. I'm gonna do the same thing on this side. You can use align. There we go. And this one will be connected onto this part right here. and then trim and extend as well. Make this 0 and then 2000. Click finish, go to 3D. Usually it's around 1500, it's good enough. I think that's good enough right there. And then let's click finish for now. And then here we need to pull this one a little bit back because of the design. And then one thing for the design as well is that I'm gonna edit this part, laminate veneer, and let's go to south elevation. Sorry, not south level 2. Do an extrusion. This is just for design. In terms of this one, it's easy to manipulate because it's just an extrusion. And then we go to 3D, and then we're going to align it from the top. And then of course we're gonna make it nice. We're gonna pull it a bit back, just a little bit, just to show the separation. I think I could just align this one right here to make it consistent. And then go to level 2, finish this first, and then we could add in the railing. Of course, from here to right here. Trim and extend on that, and then let's add here up to here. Click finish. I think one at a time here. So then we got delete that, and then add another one again, connecting here. And then I'm gonna pull this one a little bit back so that it attaches to a wall, not to the glass. So that's looking good right there. Similar to what we have on the other side. We could add in the curtain grid. So we have under our south elevation 500, and then you make it equal on the other side. So curtain grid 500, and then let's add, I'm gonna place the door place the door right here. Here I want to place the door on this side. Or this side actually. I'm gonna place it on this one right here. So I'm gonna click mullion, all grid, select all those, and then I'm gonna remove this one there, where I'm gonna put the door. Select that again, and then change it to a curtain door. Go to level 2 in order for you to change the orientation. And then I want to flip it on this side. So now we have something that looks like that. And then we need to add this one as well. So let's save it first. Edit in place. Select this one. Cladding, Revit. I'm gonna copy that. And then add this one right here. So I'm just going to edit profile. So this is 50 and then the thickness, and then just adding a notch on this one. So we could do is sweep, pick path, I'm just gonna undo this. So that we could align this one first. I didn't notice that this one is not aligned. There we go. So once everything is aligned, of course it's easier for us to work on it, especially with if you have this two that is combining. And then here we could just edit again, create, sweep, pick path, select all of this, edit profile, make sure to change the material. It's just 50, and then just adding a notch. You can do 10 by 15. Trim and extend, click finish, and then finish, and then we could do it on this side again. Sweep, pick path, select all the paths again, click finish, edit profile, 50, and then the notch somewhere right here. 10 by 15 SL, trim and extend. You could go to west elevation, or actually north elevation, to see how it looks. We could do align it. And then click finish, and then finish. Let's look at it in 3D, and that's looking good right there. So let's save this, and let's continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to work on our model, especially at the back, where we added all of this to make it similar to what we did here. So now, what I want you to do is go to our second link. So go to the description, I'll go to the second link, all extra family, and you can download this one, main door number 2, and then we have main door as well. So we could add those, and we're just going to change. So I'm just going to add this one, so drag and drop, let it update, and then here we could change it from here. So we have this one, main door number 2, and then it's basically the same thing. Okay, so we're good with this. We changed this. I just want to double check the material. So door frame, same thing. Okay, I'm good with that. And also, I always want to double check with my curtain wall door. Make sure this one doesn't have offset, so make it 0 so that everything is flush altogether. So that's good right there. And then what we can do next is to go to here and add the same thing on this side, so that we could see what, once we add a house here, it will have a driveway. So go to ground, select this one right here, and then add split lines. So I'm just going to assume that it will be around here. We're gonna place 2 similar ones, and then here as well. I'm just gonna undo this because I just noticed that I didn't put it properly. Needs to be all the way. So from green to green. So now go to 3D and then we're going to select this node right here, negative 500. Sorry, not negative 500, negative 95. Negative 95. And then here as well. Negative 95. Negative 95. So we're good there. I just want to edit this one, edit in place, edit, edit in place again, edit sweep, pick path, and then here we could just select this one instead. And then TR, SL first, so split element. Or we could just pick this one again to have no problem. And then we'll be able to clean those up. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit this part right here to have like at least an entrance. SL, so delete this first, then SL, TR, trim and extend. And then we're going to add in a floor, duplicate that, and then set a different material, different concrete, and then the same part. Negative 100 base offset, and then we're gonna place, at least you'll be able to see there that there's a pad there, and then we could place our house, our background house, and we're just making it nicer. Okay, and then now let's go to level 1. We need to add in rooms, so room tags. So click on room in order for you to add, but if you notice here we don't have separation, so we have actually a room separator right here. It will connect from wall to wall, so you can connect that to wall in order for you to differentiate different space. For example, here, living area, we could close it off. And then now, once you add in a room, you'll be able to see the separation on each area. And then you can even add the carport right here. Without any rooms, there's a carport there, and then the backyard as well. And then let's add this. So we got this one. So backyard, and then we can now add in more information here. I'm going to add the TV, and then we could clean this up a bit. There we go. So living area. We have stairs. You have dining, kitchen, laundry. We have pantry, powder room, carport, and then we have backyard. So we have all of those tagged. Go to level 2 and let's do the same thing. Let's add in room tags. So we have here, I don't want to show anything, so we have a show associated there, so that's fine. I want to add in the rooms. And then here, just to show you, I actually want another wall here. So I'm just going to move this one right here. And then add in a door here. And then a door here. And then here, we're just going to flip this part right here. Okay. So this room will have access here, and then also here. So actually, we don't need this one right here, and then we just need to close this off. So now it's a nicer layout. We have openings here. They could share a washroom here, and this one they still have a door or a closet right here. So now we just need to name this master's bedroom. We have a walk-in closet here that we can separate. Walk-in closet, and then this will be ensuite. We have bedroom 1 here. And then bedroom 2 here. We have the common washroom. And then we have their closet here. So we're able to add that one. We're also preparing, so once we do our sheet, we're going to add another section right here. So I'm just preparing it. It will be for the next video when we're gonna create sheet, but right now we're just cleaning up. So we're cleaning everything. We're finishing everything that we can finish right now. And then what we can do is we can actually lower this, so make this one smaller. I'm gonna edit. Actually, never mind for this one. I just don't want this one to show and it to flicker. But 8 inches is good enough. 8 feet, sorry. And then I want it to be inside like that, so that's fine. I want to add the address right here. So let's go to south elevation and then add in model text, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here, press OK, and then here edit. Let's duplicate this, will be number 3. Let's change the text to 150, probably very small, so let's edit this one, edit more, let's do 250, apply, OK. I'm okay with that. I want to see what do we have here. I'm just gonna remove this one right here so that we can place this one right there. I'm gonna put 25, and then for material I'm gonna do aluminum. Apply OK. And then we need to click here, 77, bridal path, drive, let's remove the DR. I think that's good. And if we see it in 3D, that's actually really nice. What we can also do is we could add in the lights. As you remember, we did add some lights earlier in an earlier video. So we could see M, and then hot lights. So it depends on you which one you're gonna choose. It's either circle base or square base. I'm gonna do the square base, and then I'm gonna add it to these locations. I'm gonna even add it on here. It's already here, so it's easier for me to add. And then let's add it on this side. And then here as well. And then obviously we're gonna fix all of that and make it nice. So let's go to our ceiling plan, level 1. As you can see, we have right here. So I'm gonna copy this, CO, and then let's take off the constraint, and then I'm gonna add it where the main entrance is. So I'm gonna do 800, and then I'm gonna start here. CO every 1000, and then here I'm gonna do the same, 1000, and make sure multiple is checked. And then, you know what, I'm just going to select them and then at least put them in the midpoint right there. And just because this is two completely different model, this one is model in place, and then this is the regular floor. You cannot just add it here. It doesn't lie on the host. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on annotate. We could align it first using this one, AL, and then I just want to know 1000 of that. So we could just put it properly, and then now we could just keep on adding. And then add it here as well, all the way to the back. And then we're good with this. Let's add it here. Same goes here, different model in place. So that's why I added. You can do 2000 as well, depending on what you want. But for me, 1000, so that I remember that, and then it's the one that I'm gonna do once we're in Twinmotion, is that I'm just going to add it there. I'm gonna align this one and then copy 1000, and I don't think this one will fit, but looks like it will fit. So I'm just gonna move it a little bit. And then level 2, do the same thing. But don't forget we have something right here, so don't go over that. just gonna align this one. And add it there. I want to double check. I think I didn't add anything here, so I'm gonna add it now. And then go back to RCP level 2 and then just add it. And I'm just going to center this one a little bit, so we got a nice spacing. And then let's go to ground. I'm gonna create that image. So here, use camera, and then we're going to create a shot from here. This is what we're gonna use for our rendering in the next video. And we can make this one realistic, add the shadows. You can put sand path if you want to make it really nice, but that's up to you. Okay, and then this will be my starting view. So if you go to manage, and then you can select this one as your starting view. This is the name of the 3D view that you created. So every time you open this, it is the start of it. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to prepare our model for creating sheets. We already finished our modeling, and then now I'm gonna show you how to create sheets. So go to sheets, right click, click on new sheet, and then we have A0 and A1 metric already loaded. If you need different kinds of title block, you can go right here and then select them and load them. I'm gonna use A0 metric for my sheet, and then here we just need to create 4 more, and as you notice, A101, and then the next one is A102. Revit is smart enough to notice the sequencing, so it will create those. We can actually create 6, so until A106, as we can create the section. After that, you can either go here or drop down here, and you'll be able to change this name here. So cover sheet. You can also change the information here by double clicking and then going to the sheet. And then before that, let's put in ACD, project name house, and then it will be loaded on other sheets except for this one. So here you'll be able to change this. So first floor, and then I think the easiest one is doing it here. You don't need to keep on opening the sheets in order to change the name. Elevation. Elevation here. And then section, the last one. So in cover sheet, as you remember, before we finish, we created this view, and this is also our starting view. We will use this 3D view in order for us to create our rendering. So here, go to view, click on render, and then we have different kinds of setting. I'm gonna use the draft because that's the fastest. And then if you want best or custom, it will take longer for it because it will look more realistic. I'm just gonna use drafting for now, and then click render. Let's wait for it for a couple of seconds, and once it's done, we'll be able to adjust exposure. We can save it to our project, which it will create a rendering part right here, and then you'll be able to also export it as a PNG, JPEG file. So now, once we're done, let's save the project first. You can put rendering 1 as the name, and then you can adjust exposure, and then here it's better if you put it on the side, and you'll be able to adjust this one right here. I just want it to be looking like this for now, and then press OK. If you don't want the settings that you created, you can always reset it. So press OK, and then let's close this now. It's already here under rendering. Open cover sheet, drag and drop. We don't want the title, so go here, no title, and then you can double click now this one, and then you can see how nice it is and how easy it is to enlarge it. After that, let's go to schedule. Let's create a drawing list. So here, new sheet list. Let's add in sheet number first, and then sheet name afterwards. Press OK. Let's call this one drawing list, and then let's change the appearance. I don't want any block row after this, so I'm just gonna check that. And then here I want my header to be 8. I want my title to be 8, header to be around 6, and then body to be around 5 or 4. And then of course you'll be able to drag and drop that now. Open this up and then drag the drawing list. And then afterwards you'll be able to enlarge it. And then you don't need to worry about this. If you delete a sheet, change the names, or add another sheet, everything will be automatic. It will update itself. So later on, if we have time, we'll be able to create a call out, and then you can see that it will create that sheet, and we don't even need to touch this one anymore. Next thing is, let's go to A102 first floor. Let's go right here. This is our level 1. Drag and drop. As you can see, it's too small. It needs to be cropped. So delete that first. Go to level 1. Let's change this to 1:50. And then here, check all of this under extent, and then you'll be able to crop them. And if you notice, we're cropping it, but it's not cropping the grid lines. So that's very important because you need all of those information, and Revit is smart enough not to delete those. So you need to manually adjust it if you want to. So here, even here, I'm adjusting the section. It's not letting me, or it's not being cut because of the crafting view, because we need all of those information. And then even with dimensions. So right now I'm just adjusting, so you can see that it's not cutting it in. After that, go to first floor, drag and drop, and as you can see, that looks really nice on that sheet. And then you can put all the information, all the text notes that needed, architectural matrix, and those kind of stuff here. But you can see that the name is still level 1. You can change that by going right here, title on sheet. I want it to be first floor. Click apply. And if you notice, it didn't change the name here, but it only changed right here. So that's very important to know. If you really want to change the name on everything here and here, you change it from here, view name. Okay, so, and then here, press escape, select the view, and then you'll be able to drag this one, the title. Next, knowing that the 1:50 is our scale and we need to crop it, we can do it now and then crop it like so. And then we could go to our second floor, drag and drop, and similar to the name, click here and then change here. Click here and then apply, and then select the view and then drag this title line. Press escape, and as you can see, everything looks nice. Next thing is our elevation. Let's try and drag one so that we know the scale that we're gonna use. As you can see, 1:100 is good enough, but it looks small. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to each and every one of them and then change the scale to 1:50, put it into fine, change it to consistent color, put a sand, turn on the shadow, and there you go. You can even put in a background. So here, background, let's put in gradient, which is what I like, and then you can even do a crop. So check everything and then crop it to wherever you want. And then you can fix this as well. So you can add in an elbow so that all information is being shown and nothing is being hidden. And then here, this is the elbow that you can change, and then you can make it nicer. You can put it there, and then also here on this side, and then just create those elbows so that everything, all information, so you can basically do that, cleaning up before adding everything. So here, 1:50, fine, consistent color, shade, shadows turn on, go to graphic display, background, put it to gradient, apply, okay, crop it first, crop it to the desired area. And even here, if you crop it, it will follow along the level. Go to south elevation, make sure everything is checked, apply, 1:50, fine, go right here for background, gradient, consistent color, and then shadows on, and then crop it. And then I'll let you fix all of that in your time. Again, lastly, 1:50, fine, consistent color, turn on shadows, go to graphic display, change the background to gradient, apply OK, check all of this to crop it nicely. And then go to elevation, drag each and every one of them, and as you can see, the scale is nicely on the sheet. It's just perfect size. Okay, and then you can go back, select the view in order for you to fix the title. Go back here just to fix the title, and there you go. And then now we know that the section we're going to add, if you notice, those section doesn't have any information, right? That just because we haven't added the sections yet. So now if we go here, we need to change the scale because we know that it's not gonna be nice, or it's gonna be too small. Here we could fix everything first. What I like for my section is the shadows. I want it to turn fine, and I'm just gonna leave it at hidden. Go back to section 2, fine, turn this on, and then fix the crop area. And by turning on the shadow, you can see how the depth of each and every one of the rooms. So that's a nice touch to add. And then now you could just drag and drop section, and then click the view in order to fix the title. And then here you can double click, you can raise the grid line there, and then you can also create elbows so that it doesn't overlap any information there. So you can always do that. Double click again, and then you can see that look. So now we're gonna create another sheet, and we're gonna call it call out. And if we go to cover sheet, you can see that it created A107, and we haven't named it yet. So we're gonna name this one as callouts. And then as you can see, everything is automatic. In callouts, you go to level 1, and then here, as you can see, all the section information have been added. Like I said, once you add everything, everything will be automatic. Let's go to level 1, and we're gonna create different kinds of callout. It's under views. Click on callout, and then we could do a callout for kitchen, a callout for laundry, and then you can move this so that it doesn't interfere with other information. And then if you notice, so So this one is supposed to be 9. What was this? No, I think that this is number 1. This is living. And then if you notice, all of this became small. It's because when we scaled it, the scale followed along. So I don't know if you guys noticed that. And then all of this, we need to move it a bit. I want to move some of this one so that everything looks nice. Okay, so we have a call out here, a call out here. Let's go to, so the call out first is kitchen call out. The second one is laundry call out. And then go to level 2. We can do another call out for the master's bedroom, the ensuite, and then we could do the stairs as well, if you're gonna add more details there. So here, let's put master's bedroom call out. This is ensuite call out. And then this one is common washroom call out. And then now we just need to keep on dragging those to our sheet. Let's go to our sheet, double click on A107, and then keep on adding. So I'm gonna do is kitchen call out, laundry call out, we have master's bedroom call out, ensuite, common washroom call out, and then what you can do is you can hide this so that it doesn't interfere with the call out. And then this one too. Hide element. Fix all the names by selecting the view. And then here, you can add it here. Fixing the title. And then you can add more call out if you want. And then as you can see, it's 1:25 for the scale, and then you can basically increase it or decrease the view, and everything is automatic. If we go to level 1, all this information are added even for level 2. So this is drawing number 4 on this sheet, drawing number 3 on this sheet, and this 5. And then you can move this around. Let's save this first, and then go to File, Export. Actually, just let's print it. Select your printer and then select views, combine it, make sure to put it back to combine because it will separate all the files. Select here, uncheck this, check all. I'm gonna save a preset, so save as. This will be our full set, and then you can always create different kinds of sets here. So you can have only cover sheet or only the elevation, and then you can put it, so it's a fast way of creating sheets. And then make sure to save them, press OK, and then press OK. So now let's just wait for it to finish and then see the result. Here we go. This is the result. So that's our cover sheet. First floor, second floor, elevation, our sections, and our call out. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, I showed you how to create the sheets. We also did a rendering. Now we're gonna continue working on this as we're going to start working on Twinmotion. So we need to prepare it. So here, you want to make sure you're in fine, so everything else will appear that is hidden on different detail. So now go to Datasmith. You can get this plugin through twinmotion.com, and it's the easiest way to export the project file. So I'm gonna export this Datasmith file, and then I'm going to save it where I placed my Revit file. You can put any name here. I'm just gonna put house. And then press save. And then open up your Twinmotion. And then here, click on import. And after that, go to the location where you save your Datasmith file, and then here use this one, and then click open, and then import. So wait for it to load, and once you have loaded, select the starting ground and pull it down until everything is appearing. So once that's done, what we can do is save our file first. So save as, go to the location that you want to save it. So here I'm gonna save it into my Twinmotion file, and then I'm just gonna name it house for now. And then after that, make sure you're signed in. So for me, I'm already signed in, and it's important for you to sign in so that you'll be able to access HDRI, Megascan, and all of this good addition to Twinmotion. After that, we could go to materials now. We could add in the glass. I usually do the clear glass and then select that. And then here, I put in the basic. I believe it's the basic is the best. And I darken it a bit. We might keep on going back and forth. Probably colored is the best. We're checking all of this now. And then we could go back and forth, checking it with once we're doing the rendering portion. Um, I click on ambient in order for me to go to camera, and this is a very um, important step, is to go to detail, and you want to make sure that parallelism is turned on. So you want to check that so that every time you're moving, it's parallel to the view that you want. So that's good right there. And then after that, you want to do is click ambient again, go to environment, and for here, I want to click on HDRI. So I'm just looking for the HDRI. So here, this is the HDRI. You just need to click this one because we were in the dynamic sky before, and then backdrop, and then here you will need to change the settings here. So you can change the rotation. The height offset first is what I used. And then if you want to make the size bigger, increase the size of that. And then you'll be able to do the rotation. And then of course the intensity. And then I just want to change the intensity. And then you can even change this, the lighting, and then the shading effect. So once we have more stuff here, it's going to be it's easier for us to see all of those. And then after that, let's go to materials again, and let's click on 3D grass. And then this is a quick way of adding grass and making everything look nice. As you can see, we can make this one thicker if we want to, changing the appearances. We could do swamp grass, so it's too big. Different kinds of grass, anything that will cover the unevenness or the cuts that we have here. So this is good enough as well. Straight grass. This is lawn grass, which we have before. So I'm just looking for different grass effect that we can do. And then maybe we scale it. And then sometimes it's best if you want, for example, lawn grass here and then a different kind of grass. What you need to do is to set up a different grass material for each one, or you want to distinguish the grass here layer and then the grass layer here. So just a reminder. So for example, if I want a lawn grass instead here, and then a thicker grass similar to this, I will need to make this one a different material. Maybe we can do a grass number 2 so that's easy to do afterwards. And then here, select, we need to select this one. So pick material, we need to make this one dark, and then detailed metallicness should be 100%. And then we're gonna use this one, same thing as what we have here. And then we have that there as well. So for some reason this one is like that. What we're gonna do is we're gonna set a material here so that it changed. So just an error that we have there. I'm going to do a wall covering, and I'm gonna use matte white. And then we're gonna use the same thing, matte painted white right here. And not sure if we could add this one right there. For some reason it's disappearing, but we could always select our model there. And then here I want a wood material for this one, and then I'm gonna increase the scale. So in the newest one, I think you need to go right here to increase the scale and do some changes in terms of how light it is and how dark it is as well. I'm just going to lower the intensity. I think that's good. All white there. And then here we're gonna set this one to a material like brushed aluminum, but a gray one. So we're going to darken it a bit to showcase that. And then here we need to make this one glow, so we're gonna use neon, and there we go. So all of them are nicely placed there. I'm gonna check the material that we have here. I'm gonna lower the intensity of metallicness. And then here, I'm gonna do the same thing. Aluminum. And then in terms of the wood material, let's set it up with a veneer. And then rotate it. And then you can scale it a bit. And I'm just gonna double check the way it looks. So far, so good. I'm gonna go to the ambient and then render. I want to make sure that lumen and then path tracer goes to low first, so that we could check it first. Environment, lower the intensity. I just want to rotate this. I think this one is good in terms of the look of the sky. And then of course we need to set up the material for the ground here. I want ground man-made. Let's give this one right there, scale it up. Change this one to that one. And then here, change the scale to make it realistic. And then the asphalt right here. Okay, looking good. I'm just gonna maintain the all white facade of the building and little to none wood materials, and the gray one for that. Then we could have a few like this. Let's add in, let's just finish this one first. I think I'm gonna do a cobblestone right here, scale it a bit. And then I'm gonna go to my user library. Go with office building. I'm gonna use this for now. So some of my models are not showing properly, but that's fine. I can deal with that. Yeah, we could add in one more right here on the side. And one more at the back. I think just for background, that looks nice for background purpose. Then we're gonna add in some trees, and then of course the lights. So let's double check, at least we have this one ready. We could add in some vehicles. So we could download it for now. And then in the next video, we're gonna populate all of this with lights, trees, and then cars. And then here, if we go to my user library, I know I have some cars here. So I want to add in a car. I want to add this car. Some of them are in a different scale, or a bigger scale. So here, I'm just adding it now, and then we could lower this one. That looks good right there. And then let's add in some water here. Go to the library and go to water, and then pull water right there. And then we could select this one, make sure metallicness, and then we could lower this a bit down because it's over like that. So it's just getting really nice right here. And then we could select this specialty equipment lights, and then we could lower the intensity. Because it's going too much. And then we could also check this one. I want to change it to an orange. Glow right there. And then in the next video, we're gonna continue working on this. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we imported this from Revit to Twinmotion. I showed you how to use DataSmith and then how to import it here. And then we added all the materials. We're still going to continue working on this. So right now, what I noticed is I haven't changed this material yet. So let's go to materials and then let's go to stone. And I'm just gonna use this stone and increase the scale. Okay. After that, we have something right here similar to what we have on the other side. So we're gonna use the same material that we have here. So now it's taking shape and it looks much better. I'm not sure if this one's better or if we gray out the trim as well. But it looks like it's much better like this, having the background like that. I'm gonna keep on checking how it looks in terms of the bounce. I'm gonna change this intensity right here so that we can still see through everything there. And then after that, we can start adding lights. This is a very important step so that it looks nice in our model. And then here, I'm just lining them right there. I'm gonna change the temperature, and then intensity, I want it to be around 5 or 10. Because once we're in Twinmotion, or once we're in Path Tracer, the 300 is gonna be too much. And the best thing here is we can do 1 meter and then 2 of this, knowing that everything is 1 meter. And then after that, we could copy this and put it below. I'm just gonna do it on this side first. Okay, and then now we're gonna copy it here, which is a lot easier because we already know the distance between them. So here we're going to make it every 1 meter and 2 more. And then after that, we're gonna select this one, and then we're gonna add 1, 2, 3, 4 more rows every 1 meter, and then 4 more. So now everything is like that. And then what we can do is we could add 1 of this to add at the back right here. I'm gonna add it on this side first. I'm gonna change this speed to number 3. And then let's add 1 meter, 2 more, and then here we're gonna copy this, then let's add 3 more, and then let's add this one, and then 2 more. Then copy one of them, and let's add it at the top portion. Add one. And then 2 more. Three more right here. Except for this one. Let's just move it right here to change that. So now let's change the speed to number 4 again, so that it's easy for us to navigate, and double check this one. So it's looking good. And then let's start adding some trees. Wondering if that's too much for the space though. We might be able to use it on this part. For the background. And then this one for here. And then some Japanese cedar. See if this one is good enough for the space. It looks like it's too big, but I like the shape. But usually once you change the age, sometimes if you change the age, the shape that you like doesn't pan out, so no matter what, might as well look for a different one. Here, I would like to add something like this one. I'd like this one to be placed maybe right here. I'm gonna take an image something like here, and this will be a nice addition to that. I'm just placing it nicely to this one. Now at least the reflections is getting nicer, having more of this. And then just populating and then adding it to the correct location would look realistic. This one is too big to that location, so we're going to change it. And then we're going to add in, we're still not yet done with all the trees, but I wanted to add all the cars so that I could gauge the look. And then just keep on adding. Then I want to change the color. Dark gray, and I'm just gonna fix this one here. We could move this one from there, and maybe we could just add one on this side as well. Rotate this 180, or maybe I could just park it inside here. I want to lower the environment. I think it's better to set the same materials. Just for continuity. At least once I create this view right here, there's no white spot on this area. Then I might add a van on this area. Okay. We need to just set material here. Feels like you need to download everything now, because if you notice, some of them are not showing proper material, except for this one. Okay, let's go back to vegetation, and then I want to add some trees around here. That will help with the mirror, so the bounce. And then I believe we did this one already, so it wouldn't let us load again. Anything that we already put, it's gonna be easier. We don't need to wait for that. And we have grass here on this part. Now we have those background that will help for realism. I want to add maybe a tree here. And then if we check, it looks really nice, as you can see. Even the bounce, I want to double check, especially in the mirror. We can see stuff here inside, which will help for realism. Yes, this one's good. And then I just want to lower this just a bit so that we still have enough view from here. Just checking the views that I'm gonna create. I feel like this will be the front view, of course. One isometric, I was planning on adding this view right here, but I feel like it's too much. So only here, front, and then maybe on the side right here. I think that's good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add vegetation, and then we added the lights, and then now we're gonna create all the media. So image, videos, we're gonna create that. So first, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to media, and I'm gonna click my first image. I'm gonna set my image like this. Want to make sure that everything is covered, and then I'm gonna refresh it. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my camera, and I'm gonna change my focal length. So I'm gonna go back, change my focal length, I think that's good enough, and click on refresh. I just want to change this one right here. I feel like the material here is not good, and I noticed that when I was changing this one. So here, you want to make sure that you go to path tracer and set it at high, and then refresh it. And then once you're done, uncheck here, make sure that lumen, you choose lumen, and then let's add in the second view. I want to change the focal length here. And then create an image again. And we're still gonna go back here because we need to click on the path tracer for those. And then here, I think we could set it on this one. Change the focal length to 25. And then add it again. And then also I want to add something like here. Add it. And then here, I'm gonna change the environment. So I'm gonna do a weather. So we could click here, weather effect, I think it's on the next one. Intensity. And here, season. So this one will have this. And then click refresh. And then I want to add one like this one as well. I think this one is a good image as well. There we go. This one I will probably want maybe snow. Or we can do both actually. I'm gonna duplicate this view. And then I'm going to lower this. And then you could increase the wind direction, and then the puddle size as well. Here, no need for puddle size. The speed, and then direction. Okay. So now go to each and every one, and then you want to make sure that you're setting it to high. So at least it's set there. And then this look is really nice in terms of realism, as you can see. I was wondering if we'll do the same thing here as well. But I'm just going to change this, go to my focal length and increase it. I think that's much better. And then this one as well. So I think I'm happy with all the setup that we created and how it looks realistic at all. So now you have to click on quick media mode, and then let's go and create our video. Select this one. This will be our first keyframe. I want to go from here, entering. So I'm gonna refresh it and then go front. I want to center it, so and then I want it 7 seconds. And then here I want want this part right here. So another keyframe going down. Five seconds. And then here, I want it to go around. Let's leave it at 10 seconds. I want to see how it looks. I think we could do better. I don't want to showcase that empty part there. I can do it here, then in the middle, and then here. I think that's much better. Okay, and then after that, I want to go from here, there, 4 seconds. I want to showcase the car. Four seconds. From below to above. 5 seconds. A one from here going there. 6 seconds. I want this. And then I want to change the weather for this. Wetness. And then refresh there. I want to do is 8. So I want to test that. Probably do it 6, and then I want to go out from here. And then I'm gonna put it at 7. Click here again. Let's duplicate this, rename it, show reel, and then the other one, rename it as shorts. And then for the shorts, this one should be 1000, and then the other one should be 700. And then for the shorts, you always want to double check how it looks, because sometimes, as you can see, it looks farther. This one, I can go inside, and I'm just gonna redo this. Okay, so now that's better. This one, we could go here and go for front. Much better. I'm gonna change the view. Also for this one. I just want to double check again the front view. I might increase it up to here, so it's going to be a lot faster to zoom in. I think that's good enough. And then what you want to do is double check again all your image and make sure you save it, because you never know, once you're exporting it, it might crash, because of course it's taking too much of the power from the PC. So here I'm gonna export it. I'm gonna select all of the image and then the video as well. And then if you want, you save it again. I'm just going to quit media mode, save it again, and then once that's done, we can export it. And then you can start export. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.